be seeking to be crowned top junior or at very least the top 3. And for others, they will continue achieving and chasing their personal best, or as we say in the sport of speed skating, PBs. Regardless, we wish all the athletes the very best over the next 3 days. Today is going to be an exciting day. We're going to be witnessing the 500-meter men's and women's, 1,500-meter men's and women's, and we will get underway at 9 o'clock sharp for the 500-meter women's race. We have about 180 skaters, about 80 women, and the rest men from primarily all over Canada. So sit back and enjoy and cheer those athletes that have worked so hard to be here, with everyone, including coaches and parents and all supporters, paying some kind of price along the way. I would also be remiss to not mention that our thoughts and prayers go out to the people in the country of Ukraine, fighting for both their lives and their country, while we are fortunate to be part of our speed skating community here in Calgary, Alberta. This will be webcast all over the world starting in about a moment or two. So 9 o'clock start, ladies and gentlemen, for the Grand Prix 2022 version. Well, good morning to everybody who's just joined us in the webcast. It's about 7 minutes to 9 o'clock here in Calgary, Alberta. You're looking at footage of the front straightaway. We'll be starting with the 500 meters. We're getting underway in the oval. The officials and the volunteers and all the staff are currently getting in place as we'll start at 9 o'clock sharp. Music is being played right now inside the Calgary Olympic Oval, breathing life into the event for these athletes. We're going to have the 500 meter and the 1,500 meter today. Well, I didn't introduce myself. Well, good morning, everybody. Greg Bieber is my name. I'll be announcing inside the Calgary Oval as well as the webcast throughout the day. This is the 2022 Grand Prix featuring the Canada Cup 3, which was to be featured and held in Winnipeg back in the second week of February, and the Canadian Junior Championships, which was also to be held in Quebec City between Christmas and New Year's, but the COVID had different plans. I'll be back on in a few minutes, but you're looking at some really cool footage and a shot of the ice surface, rated ice level. You're looking at the start 100 meters away if you're watching on the webcast. Welcome. We're in for an exciting 3 days. Minutes to race time. 9 o'clock start for the 2022 Grand Prix. Starting with the 500 meter women's, there'll be 35 pairings in total. You know the songs that lead up to an event like this, and here's the next one. If you've just joined us, welcome everybody inside the Oval and now live on the webcast around the world. You can actually watch on your phones, or you can tell your loved ones this will be broadcast. Just go to the Calgary Oval website and check out the live footage. There's a real cool ice level shot looking at the 500-meter start right at ice level. Check it out. It is cool. 3 minutes to race time. In 1 minute, I'll give the 2-minute warning and go quiet for the officials to get ready to start the 2022 Grand Prix, the Canada Cup 2, the Canada Cup 3, and the Canadian Junior Championships. I will announce the first two skaters now, and then we'll go into the 2-minute warning. In the 35 pairing, starting with the first pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Gabrielle Jelinek. Good luck, you two, and the rest of the ladies. 2-minute warning begins now, 9 o'clock start time. Well, if you've just joined us, it's 2 minutes to start time for the 2022 Grand Prix here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. I've welcomed everybody inside the Oval to the Oval here at the University of Calgary in Alberta, and I gave them a territorial acknowledgement, and I'm going to do the same with you on the webcast. It's an acknowledgement that we're on the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region here in southern Alberta, which includes the Blackfoot Confederacy and comprising of the Siksika, the Pagana, and the Kainai First Nations, the Sootenai First Nation as well, and the Stoney Nakoda, including the Chiniki, the Bearspaw, and the Wesley First Nations. The city of Calgary is home to the Métis Nation of Alberta in region number 3. But I also would like to note that the University of Calgary is situated on land adjacent to where the Bow River meets the Elbow River, and that the traditional Blackfoot name of this place is pronounced Mohkinstsis, which we now call the city of Calgary. I heard the referee's whistle. Here we go. The start of a 3-day meet, the Grand Prix. Bring it on. And we're off to a good, clean start for the 2022 Grand Prix. This is the 500 meters. The opening time for Allison Desmarais is 11:23. Jelinek in at 11:32. They're setting the pace for the 35 pairs that we are going to see now as they head down the backstretch for the final corner, getting encouragement from their coaches. Desmarais started in the inside lane. She'll finish in the outer lane, and she does so with a time of 39:83, which is a personal best for Allison Desmarais. Gabrielle Jelinek crosses the line at 40:47. We now move to the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Rose Lalabotte-Roy. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Caroline Gingras. Lalabotte-Roy and Gingras, the Battle of Quebec. Roy off to a quick start at a 10:91 clip. Gingras in at 11.2. Roy is in the inside lane, but she will finish in the outer lane in the 500. You can see him cross over on the backstretch if you're watching on the webcast. Rounding the final corner. Rose Lalabotte-Roy is going to cross the line at 39.05. That is a personal best for Rose Laliberte-Roy, 39.05. Caroline Gingras at 40.16. That would be a season's best for Caroline in the Battle of Quebec, pairing number 2. We now move to the third pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Beatrice Lamarche. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. In the third pairing, Beatrice Lamarche opens her 100 meters at 10.92, is the pace setter so far. Abigail McCluskey at 11.42. Lamarche will finish in the outer lane. We've had 2 PBs already in the first 2 pairings. Let's hope this continues. The ice must be fast, and the skaters in great condition for these PBs to fall. Here comes Lamarche. She's going to finish up with a time of 38.85. She's going to be happy with that time. With a PB, 40.09 for Abigail McCluskey. We now move to the fourth pairing in the inside lane. From Alberta and represented Canada, Kaylin Irvin. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Carolina Hiller. This is the fourth pairing, Carolina Hiller and Kaylin Irvin. Irvin crosses the 100 meters at 10.84, Hiller at 10.76, both the first top 2 times in the 100 meters. We've seen 3 races so far and 3 personal bests fall. Let's hope it continues here. We got Irvin in the inside lane, which will finish in the outer lane. Now this looks like a very, very close race. Irvin has got the edge, and Kaylin, she's going to cross the line at a time of 39.04, and Hiller in at 39.42. We now move to the fifth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Hee Won Sung, and in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Haley Bell. If you've just joined us, we're in the fifth pairing of 35 pairings for the Oval Grand Prix, the Canada Cup, and the Canadian Junior Championships. You're watching Hee Won Sung, and she crosses the line at a time, the first 100 meters at 11.27, and Haley Bell crosses the line at 11.42. 3 personal bests have fallen out of 4 races so far. Let's hope it continues for our skaters. Son started off in the inner lane. She's going to finish in the outer lane, and she's going to cross the finish line ahead of Bell, and she does so at a time of 40.56, which is a season's best for Hee Won Sung. And Haley Bell crosses the line at 41.11. We now move to the sixth pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplin. Audrey Phaneuf, if you're watching on the screen, is in the inside lane. Victoria Goplin in the outside lane. They'll switch over on the back stretch in this 500 meters. If you start in the inside, you finish in the outer. If you start in the outer, of course, you finish in the inner. You can see the coaches on the webcast if you're watching and giving them encouragement. 40.89 for Phaneuf is her PB. Goplin is 40.07. Let's see how they make out here. Looks like Phaneuf will cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 40.88, and Goplin at 41.17. That'll be a season. No, that's a personal best by 1/100th of a sec for Audrey Phaneuf. That's the fourth one that has fallen today. In the seventh pairing, in the inside lane from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. We are in the seventh pairing. Emmanuel Cote in the Canadian outfit. Sophia Bieber in the yellow and black outfit. Bieber crosses the 100-meter mark at 11.5. Cote at 11.6. Very close. They'll go down the back stretch now, getting encouragement from their coaches. Here they come down the straightaway. It looks very, very close. Looks like Sophia Bieber is going to take it, and she does so at a race at a time of 41.21. 41.21 for Bieber, which is a personal best. 41.38 for Emmanuel Cote. That's the fourth personal best that has fallen. Actually, the fifth so far today. In the eighth pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Laura Hall. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Eliane Fournier. This is the eighth pairing of 35 pairings. You're seeing Laura Hall from Alberta and Eliane Fournier from Quebec. Laura Hall, 100 meter, 11.92. Eliane Fournier at 11.59. Down the back stretch they go. Rounding the final turn. This looks like it's going to be a very, very close race, evenly matched. Hall will cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 41.66, beating her personal best by 2/100ths of a sec. And Eliane Fournier at 41.83, another personal best for her and for both of these skaters in the eighth pairing. Congratulations. In the ninth pairing, in the inner lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Zoe Luters. A good clean start in this 10th pairing. We've got the Battle of Alberta. Caitlin Pelkey starting off in the inside lane. Zoe in the outer lane. Speed skating and athletics is synonymous in the Luters family. Maya Luters, her sister, also skates, primarily short track. Pelkey, 100 opener is 11.84. Luters in at 11.92. Pelkey comes out of the final quarter first. She's going to cross the line ahead of Luters, and she does so with a time of 42.23. 42.23, which is a personal best for her, and Zoe Luters in at 43.01. We now move to the 10th pairing. In the inside lane from Quebec, Juliette Grenier. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson. In case you've just joined us, we are here in Calgary, Alberta, at the Olympic Oval, the 2022 Grand Prix, which is 2 meets in one, the Canadian Junior Championships and Canada Cup 3. Juliette Grenier from Quebec crosses the 100-meter mark at 11:96. Molly Johnson in at 11:76. Quebec versus Alberta in this pairing. Grenier started in the inside lane. She'll finish in the outer. But it looks like Johnson has come out of the corner first. Looks fairly close down the straightaway, but Johnson crosses the 500-meter mark at 42.19. That is a personal best for her. Juliette Grenier at 43.08, which is a season's best for Juliette. We now move to the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn. This is the 11th pairing of 35 pairings in the women's 500-meter here at the Oval Grand Prix. Skylar Van Horn crossing the 100-meter mark at 11:79. Rachel Freitag in at 12:02. Down the back stretch they go as they get encouragement from both their coaches. It's like Will Dutton for Manitoba, and I can't tell, but I think that might be Mike Ireland helping out there. Here comes Van Horn. Looks like she's going to cross the finish line first. And she does so at a time of 42.01. 42.01 for Van Horn, and that is a personal best. Rachel Freitag in at 43.28. We now move to the 12th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Kirsten Hagen. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. Well, from what I can tell, these two skaters have the same skin suits on, both in color and style. So how do you tell the difference? The inner lane carries the white armband, and the outer lane carries the red armband. Kirsten Hagen, 100-meter split, 11.89. Mallard in at 12.3. Skater starts in the inside lane, will finish in the outer in the 500 meters because they switch on the backstretch. So Hagen comes out of the corner first. She started in the outer. She's going to finish. Well, let me get this straight. Actually, I think I got that mixed up. Yeah, no, I got that right. Hagen crosses the line at 42.09. That's a personal best for Kirsten Hagen, and 42.86 for Claire Mallard. Even I got confused with the suits on. I have to look at both the armbands, white and red. In the 13th pairing, in the inner lane from Manitoba, Chloe Beauchesne. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Emily Greenfield. Nice clean start for pairing number 13, Beauchesne from Manitoba, who is currently going to school in Laval in Quebec. Emily Greenfield, obviously from Quebec. Greenfield's opener 11:73 in the 100 meters. Beauchesne in at 12.55. Greenfield will finish in the inside lane. Here she comes down the front stretch. Emily Greenfield from Quebec is going to cross the line first at a time of 42.30. She should be happy with that. That is a personal best, and Chloe Beauchesne crosses the line at 44.43. We now move to the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Alix Delvaux. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Erilyn McGill. This is the 14th pairing of 35 pairings. Delvaux from Quebec, McGill from Ontario. Some cool footage on the webcast. Delvaux's opening 100 meters is 11.92. McGill at 11.9. A bit of a stutter step on the footage, but it's a real cool camera down at ice level that faces the 500-meter start position. So if you're inside the oval and you want to see some cool footage that Dustin Miller is generating for you, then take a look at that. Just go to the Calgary Oval website. So we've got a close race between Delvaux and McGill. And it looks like McGill crosses the line at a time of 42.59. That'll be a personal best for her. And Delvaux at 42.73. Also a personal best for her. So congratulations, ladies. We now move to the 15th pairing from Quebec in the inside lane, Chloe Jelinek. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. Chloe Jelinek's 100 meters, 11.69. Darby Beeson, 11.72. That puts them basically in the middle of the pack of the 32 skaters we have seen, or 30 skaters that we have seen so far. We have some 70, almost 80 female skaters here at the 2022 Grand Prix, which consists of the Canadian Junior Championships and also Canada Cup 3. Jelinek will finish in the outer lane, and she's going to do so with a time of 41.82 and just blows away her personal best. She should be very happy with that race. And Darby Beeson crossed the line at 42.48, another personal best. So the ice is fast, and the athletes are ready to knock their personal bests out of the park. In the 16th pairing in the inner lane from Germany, Natalie Charlene Neumann. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Robin Sully. Neumann from Germany, Solly from Manitoba. Solly's 100 meters is 11.73. Neumann in at 12.03. Neumann is in the white and gray skin suit. Solly in the black suit, or you've got Neumann with the white armband and Solly with the red armband. Solly is heading down the front stretch. She's going to cross the line at a time of 42.27. She'll be very happy with that. She bests her personal best by almost a full second. And Neumann in at 43.2, and she'll be happy with that too. And she beats her personal best by 25/100ths of a second. Congratulations, ladies. In the 17th pairing in the inner lane from Quebec, Camille Tremblay. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, Allison Lalonde. As Camille Tremblay and Allison Lalonde get underway in the 17th pairing, we've had 32 skaters so far in 16 pairings, 17 personal bests so far. This is exciting for the skaters and the coaches and the families, because that's what skaters chase down, is PBs. Down the backstretch, Tremblay and Lalonde go. Battle of Quebec, right here on the ice, right now in the 2022 Grand Prix in the women's 500 meters, 35 pairings, and we're halfway through, almost, with the 17th pairing. Crossing the line first is Camille Tremblay at 42.29. She'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. And Allison Lalonde at 42.37, and another PB for these skaters. Congratulations. We now move to the 18th pairing in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, Kellyanne Friesen. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. Emma Langstrom's opening 100 meters is 12.15. Kellyanne Friesen, 12.65. We have had 19 personal best falls so far. Let's keep it going. We hope that continues right through the weekend, so these skaters can see the rewards of their hard work and the price they pay for an imbalanced lifestyle on some level in order to develop and grow in the sport as a speed skater. Here comes Emma Langstrom. She's going to cross the line at a time of 43.25 with a personal best for her, and at Kellyanne Friesen at a time of 45.39. Langstrom with a PB. In the 19th pairing in the inner lane from the province of Quebec, Lori Caillé. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. Well, if you've just joined us, you're now watching the 19th pairing of 35 pairings in the women's 500 meters. This is the first event of the day over a 3-day event in the 2022 Grand Prix, Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, and Canada Cup 3, which are actually supposed to be held in different cities at different times, but the pandemic has played all kinds of havoc with the speed skating schedule. But it is what it is, and as that leaves Dodge, meaning the pandemic, maybe we can get back to a more normal schedule in the next season. Here comes Cloutier down the backstretch. Looks like a fairly close race. She's going to cross the line at a time of 43.50 for a personal best for her, and Lori Caillé in at 44.26. PB for Ella Cloutier. We now move to the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Serena Dallaire. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. If you're watching on the webcast, you'll see Serena Dallaire on the left in the outer lane, rather in the inner lane in the green, and Lindqvist in the outer lane. Pretty easy to tell these two skaters. Dallaire is in the green skin suit, green color skin suit, and Lindqvist in, of course, the colors of Sweden. Both look fairly evenly matched. The battle down the straightaway. It looks like Lindqvist is going to come from behind. She's going to cross the line at a time of 43.3, which is a personal best for her. And Serena Dallaire at 43.97, another personal best. Ladies and gentlemen, Personal bests are raining from the sky today here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Let's hope it continues to rain. In the 21st pairing, in the inner lane from Sweden, Tina Svensson. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. Svensson in the blue and green, rather blue and yellow outfit with an opening 100 meters at 12.34. You'd think I'd know the difference between green and yellow. Blue and yellow in the Swedish skin suit for Tina Svensson. Marie-Michelle Gagnon in the black and blue outfit or skin suit, and her opening 100 meters was 13.08. Svensson exits the final corner, the corner first. Down the straightaway she goes, and the tip of her skate is going to cross the line at a time of 43.39, which is no surprise. Another personal best for a skater. Congratulations, Tina. 46.3 for Marie-Michelle Gagnon. We now move to the 22nd pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Brooke Braun. Lindsay Smart, 100-meter opener, is at a time of 12.28. Brooke Braun at 12.26. Right now, two evenly matched skaters. Let's see how this race shapes up. They head down the back stretch as they switch lanes over. They've got that 100-meter space to switch over after the first orange pylon. The outer skater always has the right of way, but in an evenly matched race, the inner skater should be ahead of the outer skater down the backstretch. Here comes Braun and Smart, and crossing the line at a very close time. Brooke Braun at a time of 44.46. That'll be a season's best for her, and Lindsay Smart at 44.54. She'll be happy with that as she beats her personal best by almost 3/100ths of a second. We now move to the 23rd pairing of 35 pairings in the inner lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Sydney Benny. So far, we've had 27 personal bests in this morning's 500-meter races. You're watching Camille Alford from Alberta and Sydney Benny from British Columbia. We have a skater down, and it looks like so Sydney Benny will cross the line solo. Unfortunately, Camille Alford fell. Sydney Benny crossed the line at 46.07. Camille Alford did not finish as she has fallen, and hopefully she's okay. So we'll take a moment now. And here she comes. She's gotten up. She's going to finish the race, which is the standard. And it looks like she might have some equipment issue. And that sometimes happens. So when this occurs, we pause and we do an ice check right now to make sure that the ice is safe for the skaters for the next race, next racers. So while we're waiting, let's take a look at the times right now for the 500-meter ladies. Beatrice LaMarche at 38.85 has set the pace. It doesn't look like that's going to be challenged for the remainder of today. Kaylin Irvin at 39.04, and that is for Beatrice LaMarche. That is a personal best. Kaylin Irvin at 39.04. Rose Lalabretewa at 39.05. Caroline Hiller at 39.41. Allison Desmarais at 39.83. And those are the top 5 times so far of the races. We've had 23 pairings or 46 skaters so far. And the ice is now repaired. It's been checked. And we now move to the 24th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Elena Manina. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp. So we have Elena Manina from Alberta, Maya Kemp from Manitoba. Maya Kemp's opener, 100 meters, 12.49. Elena Manina at 13.05. This is day 1 of 3 days, the 500-meter women's races, 35 pairings in total. We've got exciting races ahead, but I also got some great interviews planned. If it all works according to plan, I'd like to interview Alexa Scott later this afternoon. James Monson and the skate shop, a Canadian skater. We'll talk a little bit about equipment. Hopefully Mark Messier gets in for some ice talk, and I'll get back to that in a second. Maya Kemp crosses her 500-meter mark at 45.09. Manina in at 47.06. We now move to the 25th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Lila Cotier. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And we're off. 25th pairing, Lila Cotier from Quebec, Sophia Dvorak from Saskatchewan. Very evenly matched skaters. Sophia Dvorak's opening 100 meters is 12.19. Cotier in at 12.28. If you happen to be watching on the webcast, you saw Cotier come out of the inner lane first, which, if evenly matched, that's the way it should be. And then they cross over on the back stretch. And it looks like we've got a finishing time for Sophia Dvorak at 44.21. She's going to be pleased with that, because guess what? That's a personal best. And Lila Crutchy in at 44.55, and she'll be happy with that as well, as that is a personal best. We now move to the 26th pairing in the inner lane from British Columbia, Hannah North. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. Hannah North from British Columbia, opening 100 meter, 12.73. Brielle Durham, opener, 12.49. They head down the back stretch. Their personal bests are in the 46 range, 45.5 to 46. Let's see how they make out. We've had 29 personal bests for the skaters today. That is absolutely awesome. So Hannah North, oh, there's a cool shot. There's a Hannah North. Crosses the line first, and she does so at a time of 46.63. Brielle Durham at 47.02. We now move to the 27th pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, Daria Voigt. And in the outer lane, also from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. Opening 100 meters for Rachel Mallard is 12.29. Daria Voigt at 12.57. Both of their personal bests are just under 46 seconds. We have 35 pairings in the women's 500 meters. And you think that's a lot. We have 43 pairings in the men's. We have an exciting day ahead, an exciting 3 days, actually. So Rachel Mallard crosses the 500-meter mark at 44.67, blows away her personal best by well over a second. Daria Voigt crosses the line at 46.99. We now move to the 28th pairing here in the 2022 Oval Grand Prix. In the inner lane from Manitoba, Rachel Spritzens. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Elise Prix. Looks like we're sorting out the pairings at the start line. I'm going to announce them one more time. In the inner lane from Manitoba, Rachel Spritzens. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Elise Prix. False start. We'll do it again. Okay, we got a good clean start. It's great. We've had clean starts all the way through the piece here. Now, Rachel Spritzen's 100-meter opener at 12.04. Elise Prix at 12.22. What I mean by that, 27 pairings, good clean starts. That is our first false start. Let's hope that's our last. The starters nor the skaters want that, but for a fair start, everybody has to be as still as a mouse before the gun goes off. Starting gun, that is. So Rachel Spritzens from Manitoba and Elise Prix from Alberta look like fairly evenly matched skaters. It's going to be interesting how they cross the line. Prix has come from behind in this race and does so at a time of 45.83 with a personal best, and Rachel Spritzens at 46.2, and she'll be happy with that because that is also a personal best for her. Congratulations, ladies. 32 personal bests so far. That's amazing. We now move to the 29th pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, Sarah Murray. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. Sarah Murray opening 100 meters at 12.41. Cheyenne Key opener 100 meters 13.51. Cheyenne Key, Sarah Murray, is going to cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 46.04. Well, that's a personal best for Sarah Murray, and 49.14 for Cheyenne Key. We now move to the 30th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, although I don't see her there. We'll go with the outside lane. We might have just a single skater. So in the outer lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins. Okay, this is not that common, but common enough where we have a pairings, but one skater in the pairing. This is Kendra Hawkins from Alberta. While speed skaters compete against the clock, having another skater beside you brings out the best in the other skater. You want each skater to race the race of their life so you get the best possible potential time. More difficult when you're racing by themselves. As she heads down the front straight, I invite everybody in the oval to give Kendra Hawkins a big applause and encouragement to cross the line. Kendra Hawkins from Alberta crossed the line at 47.72. That is a season's best for Kendra Hawkins. Five pairings to go. We are now going to have the 31st pairing, but I only see, and there I see two skaters now. So here they are, 31 of 35 pairings in the inner lane from British Columbia, Elizabeth Smith. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Isabel Rasmus. 35 pairings in the women's 500 meters. We have another 500 meter race that'll be on Sunday. Isabella Rasmus opening 100 meters is at 12.92. Elizabeth Smith in at 13.2. Let's hope that these skaters can achieve personal bests. 47.91 for Isabel and 50.8 for Elizabeth. There are 4 more pairings after this, and then we will take a break for ice resurfacing. So here comes Elizabeth Smith, who started in the inner lane and will finish in the outer lane. And she does so at a time of 46.65 and has just obliterated her personal best by almost 4 seconds. Isabella Rasmus crosses the line at 48.02. We now move to the 32nd pairing in the inner lane in the Battle of Alberta, Denise Westling. And in the outer lane, Eloise Spence. All right, Wesley's opening 100 meters is 13.47. Spence in at 12.6. Here comes Denise Wessling down the straightaway. Rather, Eloise Spence. Spence crosses the line at 47.47, and that's a personal best for her. Denise Wessling in at 51.51. Another personal best has fallen. We now move to the 33rd pairing. In the inside lane from Manitoba, Rebecca Bieber. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Kaylin Joliffe. Bieber's opening 100 meters at 11.95. Kaylin Joliffe at 12.72. Bieber and Joliffe down the backstretch getting encouragement by their coaches. Bieber will finish in the outer lane as she exits the corner first. And down the straightaway they go. You can hear the encouragement inside the oval by the skaters. Let's hope it's a personal best fall. Bieber crosses the line at a time of 45.88, relatively new to the sport in terms at this level of competition, blows her personal best by 5 seconds. Kaylin crosses the line at 47.74, just off her PB. In the 34th pairing, in the inside lane from Ontario, Renata Kenzie. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Megan Smith. All right, we got a clean start here in pairing number 34, the second last pairing. There's a cool picture if you're watching on the webcast. Megan Smith's opener is 12.9. Renata Kenzie in at 14.04. Down the straightaway they go as they cross over. Megan Smith starts in the outer lane. She'll finish in the inner lane. She's going to exit the final corner first. And down the straightaway they go to finish off their 500-meter race. Megan Smith crosses the line at 49.99, which is a personal best for her, and Renata Kenzie in at 52.38. PB for Megan Smith. We have one final pairing with a solo skater in it. Give it up for, from Alberta, in the inside lane, Sophia Cross. All right, Sophia Cross in the final pairing from Alberta as she rounds the first corner. As I mentioned earlier, it's a lot more challenging to get the potential out of your times and your skating when you skate by yourself. So she goes down to the backstretch to cross into the outer lane. She'll be really close to the side of the oval for any athletes around the side. Give her a big cheer and encouragement for that final 100 meters. Sophia Cross, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the straightaway from Alberta. Her personal best is 54.05. Give it up for Sophia down the straightaway. Let's encourage her. She's going to cross the line, and she does so at a time of 53.48. She should be happy with that because that is the 37th personal best, ladies and gentlemen, in the 500-meter women's races. And that concludes the first part of a long day of racing, 500-meter women's here at the 2022 Grand Prix Canada Cup 3 and the Canadian Junior Championships. It's now 8 minutes to 10 o'clock Alberta time, 8 minutes to 10 o'clock. We're back here at 10:10, 18 minutes from now, for the 500-meter men's, the first of 43 pairings we'll have. We'll have 2 sessions, 22 pairings first, followed by the balance 21 pairings after that. If you happen to be looking on the webcast right now, you'll see a cool 360-degree shot of the oval as they do a ice resurfacing. A real cool shot. So we'll be back here in 17 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the 2022 Grand Prix here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Race time starts at 10:10 in 4 minutes time. 4 minutes time. It's 10:08. 2-minute warning before the start of the 500-meter men's races with 43 pairings. I'll introduce the first two racers and then go quiet. We'll start with a pairing which will have a single skater in it. In the first pairing in the inner lane from Quebec, Charles-Émile Gélinas-Dion. Good luck to all of you. And we're off. And we're off starting the 500-meter men's races. Charles-Émile Gélinas-Dion with an opening time of 10.14. Paul Coder was to join him in the pairing, but turned out to be a scratch. Down the straightaway he goes. He started in the inside lane. He'll cross over to the outer lane. He has a personal best of 35.77. Let's see how he makes out as he goes down the straightaway to seek out the always elusive but challenging and rewarding personal best. He crosses the line at a time of 36.46. 36.46 for Charles-Émile Gélinas-Dion. We now move to the second pairing of 21 pairings in this grouping before we have an ice resurfacing in the inside lane from Alberta, Anders Johnson. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Cody Miller. case you've just joined us, not necessarily inside the oval, but on the webcast, you're watching the second pairing of 21 pairings, but 43 in total of the men's 500 meters. Anders Johnson and Cody Miller from Alberta. Johnson's opener of 10.05 and Cody Miller 10.01. Those are the top two times in the openers so far. The fastest to beat. Cody Miller started in the outside lane. He'll finish in the inner. But it looks like Anders Johnson will cross first. Johnson does at a time of 35.7 seconds. Cody Miller in at 36.22. We now move to the third pairing in the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Cooper Eamon. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Frank Roth. Cooper Eamon from Nova Scotia and Frank Roth from Alberta. Very evenly matched, very fast skaters. Eamon in with an opener of 100 meters, 9.79. Roth in at 9.87. Roth will finish off in the inside lane, Eamon in the outer lane. Down the stretch they go, very evenly matched to skaters. In fact, their personal bests are exactly the same. Eamon in at 35.03. That is a personal best. He's going to be very happy with that. 35.03. Frank Roth, 35.15, just off his. We now move to the fourth pairing in the inner lane from Quebec, Christopher Fiola. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Cedric Brunet. It's always cool looking when you see a starter down in a spider formation. Will Dutton used to do that as one of the fastest starters in the world. Christopher Fiola with an opening time of 9.79, and I love it when this happens. Brunet, the same time, 9.79. These guys are lightning fast right now, Fiola and Brunet. Down the straightaway they go. Here comes Fiola. It's going to be close. Let's see how it does. 35.01. Brunet come from behind. Fiola 35.02. Very close race indeed. Cedric Brunet 35.01. Christopher Fiola 35.02. We now move to the fifth pairing of the first grouping of 21 pairings in the inner lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. We're going to take a pause for a ice repair, an ice check, and an ice repair. I'll wait until they're ready. If you happen to be looking on the webcast, you can see it's right at the 100-meter mark that they're taking a look at. You see them putting down some slush, and then they might use a canister of some dry ice. You can actually see it firsthand. Ice repair. It's the safety of the skaters is important. So it looks like they have some slush, some water. They got a trowel going, and here comes the carbonated canister. Probably some dry ice. If you happen to be watching on the webcast, you're seeing mastery at work, because the ice masters here in Calgary are the best in the world. That's why everybody wants their intellectual property exported for speed skating events around the planet, including the Ice Ribbon, the Beijing venue. Okay, the ice is now repaired and we can get going. We are now entering the 5th pairing of 21 pairings before we have an ice resurface. In the inside lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon. Jalen Doan in the inside lane, Marc-Andre Doyon in the outer lane. Doan's opening 100 meters is 9.99, Doyon at 10.22. Two very fast skaters. They're going to challenge Christopher Fiola and Cedric Brunet for the top 1-2 times. Doyon and Doan crossing the line very close. Doan at 36.24 and Doyon in at 36.46. We now move to the 6th pairing in this 500-meter men's here at the Oval Grand Prix. The inner lane from Ontario, Ryan Gibson. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. Ryan Gibson's 100 meters is 9.98, Lacroix at 10.4. Here comes Zachary Lacroix. He crosses the line at 36.45. He'll be happy with that time. That looks like a personal best for him. I take that back, actually. Lacroix crossed the time at 37.25. Ryan Gibson at 36.45. 36.45. No personal best for these guys. In the 7th pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. Okay, I incorrectly introduced Simon Coots as Matthew Laxton. Matthew Laxton is not racing. Simon Coots is. Simon Coots starting in the outer lane and will finish in the inner lane. Yankun Zhao and Simon Coots. Zhao's opener is 9.99. Simon Coots' opener 10.59. Yankun Zhao and Simon Coots down the straightaway. Zhao crosses the line at a time of 36.53, and Simon Coots a time of 37.31. Simon Coots, 37.31. We now move to the 8th pairing in the inner lane from Quebec, Guillaume Labbé. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Matthias Bath. If you've just joined us, this is the 8th pairing of the 500-meter men's races of the 2022 Oval Grand Prix, Canada Cup, and Canadian Junior Championships. Guillaume Labbé with an opening 100 meters at 10.43, and Matthias Bath in at 10.58. Labbé started in the inside lane. He'll finish in the outer lane with the white armband. Down the straightaway he goes. He's going to cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 36.95. That will be close to his personal and season's best. Matthias crosses the line at 37.22. We now move to the 9th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Chris Holmstead. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Adam Axelsson. Adam Axelsson from Sweden in the outer lane. Chris Holmstead in the inner lane. Holmstead's opening 100 meters, 10.13. Axelsson, 10.39. About middle of the pack right now in terms of their opener. Holmstead down the straightaway in the outer lane. Good chance he's going to cross the line first, and Holmstead does, and he does so a time of 36.60. That looks like a personal best for him. Axelsson in at 37.05, and that's a season's best for Adam Axelsson. In the 10th pairing, in the inner lane from British Columbia, Eric Orlowski. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Joel Simpson. Orlowski in the inner lane, Simpson in the inner lane, Simpson in the outer lane, very closely matched. Orlowski's opening 100 meters, 10.15, Simpson in at 10.39. Down the backstretch they go, they cross over. Simpson will finish off in the inside lane. Orlowski looks like he's coming out of the turn first. Down the straightaway he goes. Orlowski crosses the line at a time of 36.57, which is a personal best, and 37.34 for Joel Simpson. In the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Emile Hodzak Santor. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Gregory Picard. If you happen to be watching on the webcast, you can see a cool ice level camera shot right at the 100-meter opening mark. And speaking of the opener, Hodzak Santer's opener was 10.54. Picard in at 10.72. Hodzak Santer's from Ontario. Picard is in from the part of the Quebec contingent of about 35 skaters. Gregory Picard. Hodzak Santer crosses the line at a time of 37.57, and Picard in at 37.39. We now move to the 12th pairing of 21 pairings before we have an ice resurfacing. In the inside lane from Quebec, Zachary Dupre. And in the outer lane from Alberta, no one's there. We have a single skater at this point. Zachary Dupre, inside lane. Now we have the outer lane filled from Alberta, Andre Erasmus. False start. We'll do it over again. There's the, if you're looking on the webcast, top 3 times. Brunet at 35.01, Fiolin at 35.02, and Emanin at 35.03, just like they properly planned it. We're off to a good clean start in the second start. So the inside lane is Zachary Dupre from Quebec, 10.43. Andre Rasmussen at 10.05, fairly evenly matched to skaters as they head down the backstretch, getting the encouragement and coaching from in fact, their coaches. Dupre will finish off in the outer lane, is edging Erasmus down the backstretch. Zachary Dupre will cross the line at a time of 37.26. Erasmus in at 37.76. We now move to the 13th pairing in the inside lane from the Netherlands, Bart Safinga. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Émile Huard. We are in the 13th pairing of the 500-meter men's here in Calgary, Alberta, Canada, in the Oval Grand Prix, Canada Cup, and Canadian Junior Championships. Émile Huard from Quebec with an opening 100 meters at 10.05. Bart Safinga from the Netherlands with an opener of 10.93. Émile Huard is ahead of Bart Safinga as he crosses the line and does so first at a time of 37.57. He will be happy with that because that is a personal best, one of the few so far in the men's. Bart Safinga at 38.46. So, one of the few personal bests so far on the men's side. In the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Max Poulin. Oscar Nielsen's opening 100 meters, 10.61. Max Poulin, 10.71. If anybody in the Nielsen family is watching from Sweden, well, hello from Calgary, Alberta. Beautiful blue and yellow colors, the Swedish flag in the skin suit. Oscar Nielsen from Sweden and Max Poulin from Alberta. Max Poulin crosses the line first at a time of 37.37. He'll be happy with that time because that is a personal best for Max Poulin. Oscar Nielsen crosses the line at 38.11. We now move to the 15th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. Farquharson from Alberta. His opening 100 meters is 10.49. Pauly from Saskatchewan at 10.4. Very close racers indeed. Their personal bests are off by 4/100ths of a second. So they're very, very close indeed. Let's see how they end up. Pushing each other to get the best and fastest time possible. This is going to be very close on the line. Pauly in at 37.97. That is a personal best. 38.02 for Farquharson, and that is a personal best. These two racers pushed each other to personal best. Congratulations, Farquharson and Pauly. PBs for you both. In the 16th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo. And in the outer lane from Quebec, William Lefrancois. All right, Bon Lo's opening 100 meters at 10.63. 10.63. Lefrancois at 10.81. Down the straightaway they go. It looked like William Lefrancois had a spider-like stance. That's the second one of the men's group, where they're down on one hand, of course, with their skates planted, ready to go. Here comes Bon Lo. He's going to cross the line first and does so at a time of 37.69, and that is a personal best for him. And William Lefrancois crossed the line at 38.31. In the 17th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Luca Veman. Two evenly matched skaters. Caleb Jacobson's opening 100 meters is 10.35. Veman in at 10.53. Here they come down the straightaway. Luca Veman crosses the line first at a time of 37.81. That is a personal best for him. And Caleb Jacobson, 37.89. And that's also a personal best. Two PBs, Jacobson and Veman. Congratulations. In the 18th pairing, in the inside lane, from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. And in the outer lane, from Quebec, Felix La Rochelle. I'll start. We'll do it again. And we're off. Sebastian Champagne from Ontario. Felix Larochelle from Quebec. Champagne's opener, 10.07. La Rochelle in a 10.91. A big shout out to William Lefrancois, who also got a personal best in his race against Bon Lo. Congratulations, William. Down the straightaway they go. Crossing the line first is Sebastian Champagne, 37.62. That is a personal best. And Felix Larochelle crossing the line at a time of 38.53. And he bests his personal best by 4/100ths of a second. 3 more pairs to go before we have a nice resurfacing in the inside lane. From France, Germain Deschamps. And in the outer lane, from Alberta, Logan Toblin. Good clean start. Germain Deschamps from France. Logan Toblin from Alberta. Deschamps' opening 100 meters is 10.71. Toblin in at 10.78. We've had 11 personal bests fall so far. Let's open it for the men's. And if you've just joined us, this is the 500-meter men's races, the first of 2 500-meter races. We'll be doing it again on Sunday. And crossing the line first on the 500-meter mark is Germain Deschamps of France at 38.34, and Logan Toblin at 38.77. Deschamps, that is a personal best for Germain. In the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Antoine Hamel. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki. Antoine Hamel from Quebec, Ryan Kulbacki from Manitoba. Hamel crosses the 100-meter mark first at a time of 10.60. Kulbacki 10.83. Knowing what I know of Ryan and growing up with him in the speed skating community in Manitoba, loves the short track but also loves long track. We'll be out here in University of Calgary next year, primarily focusing on the long track. Here comes Antoine Hamel. He crosses the 500-meter mark first at a time of 37.74. That is a personal best for Antoine Hamel. Ryan Kulbacki crosses the line at 39.01, just missing his PB by 5/100ths of a second. We are now into the 21st and final pairing before the ice resurfacing in the inside lane. From Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Matthew Medlicott. This is the 21st pairing of 43 pairings in total. Keegan Waddington in the inside lane will cross over into the outer lane and finish there. Matthew Medlicott from Alberta will finish off in the inside lane. It looks like Waddington is coming out of the corner first, and down the straightaway they go. Let's hope they achieve more personal bests here. This is awesome when they do. Waddington crosses the line at a time of 38.91, beats his personal best by 3/100ths of a second. Medlicott at 39.61 also bests his time by 3/100ths of a second. Personal bests for Waddington and Medlicott. So Brunet, Fiola, and Eamon, 35.12 and 3 seconds in the 500-meter men's. If you're watching on the webcast, you're looking at the top 8 times. It's now 10:43. We are going to do an ice resurfacing, and we'll be back in 18 minutes time at 11 o'clock, 17 minutes time, and we'll be back for the remaining pairs at 43 in total for the 500-meter men's races here at the 2022 Oval Grand Prix, featuring the Canada Cup 3 and the Canadian Junior Championships, where skaters are going to be looking to get carded for funding. That's what they will be seeking, as well as crowning the Canadian Junior Championship champions in the for the junior category, ages 16 to 19. Right now, a song for the Zamboni. Well, the ice is settling, ready to go for round 2 of the 500-meter men's race here at the 2022 Grand Prix. Canada Cup 3 and the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. It's the 2-minute warning. I'll introduce the first pairing of the skaters, and then we will get underway. In the 22nd pairing, it's the Battle of Manitoba. In the inner lane, Adam Buchwald. And in the outer lane, also from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. Good luck, gentlemen, and good luck the rest of the skaters in the 500-meter men's race. False start. We'll do it again. Okay, we're here in the Battle of Alberta. Adam Buchwald in the gold outfit, white armband. He has an opening 100 meters at 11.13. McPeak at 11.43. Very evenly matched skaters, competitors, and friends as well in the province of Manitoba. Buchwald will start in the inner but finish in the outer lane as he rounds the final turn, and has got a lead on McPeak. Can McPeak catch him down the straightaway? Doesn't look like it. Adam, a strong race. He's going to cross the line at 39.28, and that'll be a personal best for Adam Buchwald. McPeak in at 40.41. We now move to the 23rd pairing. From Saskatchewan in the inside lane, Fergus English. Also from Saskatchewan in the outer lane, Liam Dallaire. Fergus English opening 100 meters 10.84. Liam Dallaire 11.23. As they both round the final corner, Fergus English and Liam Dallaire very close. This is going to be incredibly close, and it is by 1/100th of a second. Fergus English with a time of 39.3. Liam Dallaire 39.31. That is a personal best for both of these skaters. Congratulations. In the 24th pairing, in the inside lane, from Switzerland, Matthias Nagelli. And in the outer lane, from Quebec, Raphael Azri. All right, Matthias Nagelli from Switzerland, Raphael Azri from Quebec, very closely matched. Nagelli in opening 100, 11.03. Azri in at 11.05. Rounding the turn will be Azri first, and he's going to cross the line and does so at a time of 38.78. He'll be happy with that as a personal best. Nagelli at a 39.9. Azri from Quebec, personal best. In the 25th pairing, in the inside lane, from Alberta, Brock Gilbert. And in the outer lane, from Alberta as well, Daniel Hall. Daniel Hall in the outer lane crosses the 100-meter mark first at a time at 11.12. Gilbert in at 11.17. Fairly evenly matched skaters on the 100-meter mark and also in the personal best column. Hall will finish off in the inside lane. He's got the green and black outfit on as well as the red armband. Looks like he's going to cross the line first over Gilbert, and he does so, and the point of his skate crosses the line at 39.22. That's a personal best. He'll be happy with that. Brock Gilbert at 40.76. Daniel Hall, personal best. In the 26th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Ethan Demel. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ben Rutledge. Demel from Quebec, Rutledge from Manitoba. Rutledge's 100 meters is 11.02. Demel in at 11.33. Both rounding the turn about the same time. Rutledge in the inside track. He'll have the lead going into the final stretch. It's going to be close, but he'll cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 39.3. He'll be very happy with that race. Blows the doors away on his personal best of over 40. 39.3, 39.65 for Demel, also a personal best. These guys obliterated their PBs. We now move to the 27th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Braden Kremenek. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Ian Dwyer. Kremenek's opening 100 meters at 10.88. Dwyer in at 11.17. Kremenek down the line. Will finish off in the inside lane. His time will be 40.90. He'll be happy with that. That is a PB. Dwyer in at 41.44. So personal best for Braden Kremenek. In the 28th pairing, in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Liam McKegg. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Stephen Lee. Liam McKeag from Saskatchewan, and Stefan. I said Stephen, it's actually Stefan Lee. Stefan Lee from Ontario. Stefan Lee's opening 100 meters, 10.77. Liam McKeag at 11.04. Very evenly matched skaters when it comes to the personal best. Stefan Lee is coming out of the corner first, will come down the straightaway in the inside lane. He will cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 39.78, which is a personal best. Liam McKeag in at 40.98. That is also a personal best. Stefan Lee, Liam McKeag, congratulations on your PBs. We now move to the 29th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Oscar Mikashu. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Zachary Edelman. Ball start, we'll do it again. Okay, the second start's nice and clean, which is what we want. Zachary Edelman crosses the 100 meters at 11.24. Stack Mikashu at 11.6. These racers are very evenly matched, as they should be, since they're paired up. There's only 4 100ths of a second that separates their personal best. Let's hope they best their PBs. We've seen lots of them today in the 500 meters and the women's, and now we're seeing more in the men's. Here comes Zachary Edelman. It's going to be tight, but he crosses the line at a time of 41.02. Edelman in at 41.02, and that's a personal best. And Oscar Stack Mikashu at 41.04, and that's a personal best as well. Congratulations, gentlemen. In the 30th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. Sutherland's opening 100 meters at 11.47. Boissonneau in at 11.76. Again, 3 100ths of a second separates these two skaters in terms of their personal best. Boissonneau on the outside lane coming down the stretch as he exits the final corner first. Looks very even between these two. Boissonneau looks like he'll take it. And he does, with a time of 40.94. He'll be happy with that, because that is a personal best. And Joshua Sutherland across the line at 41.19, and that's a personal best as well. May the personal best reign from the Calgary Olympic Oval sky. The 31st pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, Matthew Freitag. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas. The opening 100-meter times for Freitag is 10.93. Cameron Thomas at 11.45. Very evenly matched skaters again, like the groups before, the pairings before. Here comes Freitag rounding the outer lane. Down the straightaway he goes. He's going to take this race, it looks like, unofficially. Cool footage here on the webcast. He crosses the line at 39.62. Skiing's going to be very happy with that. That is a personal best by at least a couple seconds. And Cameron Thomas at 41.39, he also has a personal best. I just love it when these skaters do better each time. Congratulations, Freitag and Thomas. In the 32nd pairing in the inner lane from Quebec, Amy Perreault. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Caleb Makowski. Caleb Makowski in the outer lane crosses the 100-meter mark at 11:07. Perreault in at 11:79. Down the straightaway they go. Here comes Makowski in the inside lane. It looks like it's going to be really close, but here comes Perreault. And a come from behind. Perreault crosses the line from 40 at 41.14. 41.4 for Perreault. Makowski at 41.24. And for these two skaters, personal bests. Congratulations, gentlemen. In the 33rd pairing, in the inside lane, from Alberta, Bob Irvin. And in the outer lane, from Alberta as well, Jonathan McIntosh. So Bob Irvin's opening 100 meters is 12.17. Jonathan McIntosh, 11.15. Bob is the father of Kaylin Irvin, and had a good chat with him the last time I was out in November, and he just loves absolute speed skating. And correct me on the pronunciation of his name, because it looks like Irvine, but it's really Irvin. Bob Irvin. So Jonathan McIntosh crosses the line at 41.22. 41.22. That's a personal best for Jonathan McIntosh. Bob Irvin crossed the line at 44. And that ties, Bob, that ties your season's best for this year. We now move to the 34th pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia. Give it up for Matthew Mitchell. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Oliver Bath. Okay, the 100-meter mark of Matthew Mitchell. And he crosses the line at 11.4 seconds. Oliver Bath, 12.38. Oliver would be the father of Matthias Bath. And I just love it when the parents are out there skating for the love of the sport. Don't think for one moment that I'm going to be doing it, of course, with my kids involved, but, you know, I think it's really good for other people to do it. So crossing the 500-meter mark first is 41 at a time of 41.97 is Matthew Mitchell, and that's a personal best for Matthew Mitchell. Oliver Bath crosses the line at 45.85, and Oliver, that is a season's best for you, a season's best. We now move to the 35th pairing of 43 pairings in the inside lane from Alberta, Jaden Taschuk. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Max Williams. Okay, here we are in the 35th pairing of 43. We've got Jaden Taschuk and Max Williams. Taschuk's opening 100 meters is 11.23. Max Williams in at 11.68. They're very close in times. Fully expect more personal bests as we move through, as these skaters continue to develop, the younger skaters continue to develop. Their times go down quicker, but the faster you get, the tougher it is to get personal best, as we all know. So, crossing the line with the Ron Duguay kind of hair is Jaden Taschuk at 41.24, and he'll be happy with that because that's a personal best. Max Williams in at 42.98, and that's also a personal best by 1/100th of a second. We now move to the 36th pairing in the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Garrison Woodford. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Scott Taylor. Garrison Woodford crosses the 100-meter mark at 11.89. Scott Taylor, 12.02. I mentioned about Jaden Taschuk crossing the line with the Ron Duguay-like hair. Not many people of his generation will know who Ron Duguay is. He was a professional hockey player with the New York Rangers. And a number of, and we've got a skater down, a number of professional hockey player, when they didn't have helmets, he had beautiful flowing hair, and that's what Duguay was noted for. So I needed to explain myself, I thought. Garrison Woodford crossed the line at 42.75, and that'll be a personal best for him. Unfortunately, Scott Taylor went down, and I'm not sure whether he'll complete the race or not. We'll find out in a moment. Hopefully he is okay. So I don't see him finishing the race. So Woodford will complete the race with a personal best. Scott Taylor won't finish, and then they will do a routine ice check. Well, in case you've just joined us, my name's Greg Bieber. I'm in the timing deck here at the Calgary Olympic Oval, and this is what it looks like from my vantage point. And so right now we have a break in the action because we had one of the skaters fall, Max Williams, and I haven't seen him yet, but I think he's okay. He didn't finish the race. We do have paramedics on site because you can't have a sanctioned event without some kind of health professionals in the building. And so while we have a bit of a break, I'm playing the Jeopardy theme that you can't hear because we don't have the rights to play it. But it's being played in the oval right now while they fix the ice with some slush and a trowel. I think it's a trowel and some carbonated
basically dry ice, because safety is incredibly important. But I wanted you to get a shot at what we're looking at from this end. So back behind me, you'll see the inner workings of the actual speed skating meet. So to my left, and if he waves, that's Dustin Miller, and basically now my new boss, so to speak, other than Greg Plennert, who's the meet coordinator. Lori Ehrman, who I met years ago and almost mispronounced her last name. She's back there working on photo finish, and then Greg Plennert, the meet coordinator, stands at his post, and there's others along the way, the referees, the starters. And so this is a look, and I'm hoping over the next 3 days that we get some people in here to interview about equipment, about ice, some of the athletes.
And now the race is underway. Caught me off guard. But here we go. We've got Benjamin Conwicki, who started in the inside lane, will finish in the outer lane. He's from British Columbia. Robert Black from Australia in the outer lane, and he'll finish in the inner. So here comes Conwicki down the straightaway in the outer lane. 43.75 is his personal best. Let's see if his falls. 43.75, cross the line at 42.85. Easy peasy for Benjamin Conwicki. It all rhymes. Personal best, Benjamin. Congratulations. Robert Black crosses the line at 45.66. And Robert, that is a season's best for you. In the 38th pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Riley Vandenberg. And in the outer leg from Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki. Eric Kulbacki's opening 100 meters is 11:52. Riley Vandenberg at 11:83. Kulbacki started in the outer lane, will finish in the inner lane. Vandenberg will finish in the outer lane. Down the straightaway they go. Kulbacki exits the corner first. Looks like he's going to cross the line first. Kulbacki does so at a time of 43:07. Best his personal best by 1 full second, and Ryan Vandenberg a time of 43.86, and he bests his time by 12/100ths of a second. Congratulations, Riley Vandenberg and Eric Kulbacki. We now move to the 39th pairing in the inner lane from Alberta, Daniel Revy, and in the outer lane from Quebec, which is the only skater I see actually, a single skater. From Quebec, in the outer lane, Joseph Perreault. Opening 100 meters for Joseph Perreault was 11.98. Daniel Revy was a no-show at the start. So it's a Joseph Perreault show. Let's give him a big encouragement as he heads down the straightaway in the final 100 meters. You've all skated by yourself. You know how difficult it is. Big encouragement for Joseph Perreault from Quebec, who crosses the line at a time of 43.72, and without another skater, he achieves a personal best. Joseph Perreault, congratulations. We now move to the 40th skater in the inside lane from Alberta, Mitchell Wessling. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Austin McGregor. Crossing the 100-meter mark first is Austin McGregor at a time of 11.48. Mitchell Westlingen at 11.97. Down the straightaway they go. Crossing over. Austin McGregor is going to come out of the corner first and has got a lead on Mitchell Westling. They're skating hard right to the end. It's full on. 42.62. 42.62 for Austin McGregor, which is a personal best by a long shot. Mitchell Westling at 43.56 and a personal best for him as well. Mitchell and Austin, congratulations. In the 41st pairing with 3 pairings left in the men's 500 meters in the inner lane from Romania, Octavian Moga. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Colin Ferguson. In the opening 100 meters, Colin Ferguson in at 12.27, Mogan at 12.92. Colin Ferguson crosses the line at 44.69, a big personal best for Colin Ferguson. From Ontario, Octavian Moga, skating for the love of the sport, always challenging himself, crosses the line at 49.26. We now move to the second last pairing. In the inner lane from Alberta, Kunio Soha. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Ron Johnston. Ron Johnston's 100 meters at 13.75. Suihara is in at 14.65 for their opening 100 meters. The Battle of Alberta in the Masters Division. May the fastest skater win for bragging rights. Maybe we might get some personal bests out of here. Here comes Ron Johnston down the straightaway. Ron Johnston crosses the line at 52.29. Suihara crosses the line at 56.88. A little fun fact I think we should all know and consider inspiring in this oval and on the webcast around the world. You want to take a guess at how old Ron Johnston is? 82 years of age. 82 years of age, ladies and gentlemen. In the final pairing, the 43rd and final pairing, we have a single skater from British Columbia, Mason Floriant. All right, Mason Floriant has a personal best of 41.53. And he set this last weekend. So down the straightaway he goes by himself. I always encourage those that are skating by themselves to get more encouragement. to be basically a phantom skater on the ice. Bit of an awkward finish at that point, but he crossed the line. Mason Florian, you crossed the line at 40:43. 40:43. You should be really happy with that race. That is a personal best. A personal best. Immediately, the ice crew gets on the ice to fix it. Well, there on the webcast, you can see who the top 8 skaters are. Give it up for them. Brunet, Fuel, and Eamon. 35 seconds and slightly better, slightly quicker than that. Is the times that were set much earlier in the pairings. So here's what's going to happen next. It's 11:35 Alberta time. We are going to start at 12:30 in 55 minutes. So this is a lunch break for the officials and the volunteers, a break for the athletes. And then we're going to start the women's 1,500 meter races and the men's 1,500 meters. So the 1,500 meters is on deck for this afternoon. So the 500 meters, these 500 meter races actually count for the Canadian Junior Championships. There's also another 500 meter race happening on Sunday. But the Canadian Junior qualifiers, they'll do the 500 meter, the 1,500 meter today, the 1,000, and 3,000 tomorrow. So that's it for me for now inside the Oval. I'm going to go on the webcast for a moment and have a conversation with any viewers that are still around. Maybe we could find out how many viewers are actually watching from literally all over the world. And Dustin Miller is taking the reins here and expanding. We've got 105 watching. Well, hello to all 105 of you that are watching on the webcast.
So it's been a good morning so far. We have seen 37 personal bests fall in the women's 500 meters. We're probably about 20 to 25 in the men's. The quicker skaters in the first groupings, no personal bests there because they are lightning fast, and they basically almost now at those skill levels have to have the race of their life each time to get a PB. So it gets harder and harder the faster you are, but then again, that's the challenge of speed skating. But then as we went through the pairings in the men's, and there were 43 in total, there was about 20 to 25 personal bests that fell. And that's, of course, what the skaters are after because that's their measuring stick. A few seasons best, but a fair amount of personal bests. So that's the 500 meters this morning here at the 2022 Grand Prix, which is 2 meets all squished into one. The Canadian Junior Championships, which was to be held in Quebec, got moved till now because of the pandemic. And Canada Cup 3 was to be in Winnipeg the second weekend of February. And because of the pandemic, it was moved here. And being from Manitoba, we held the Manitoba Long Track Provincial Championships. We could only hold it one day because it was cold. We've had a very, very cold winter. So it was a good thing we actually didn't have it. But we look forward to having one of the Canada Cups next year as the speed skating community is looking forward to having the national community arrive in Winnipeg for some future competitions at the Susanok Oval, the outdoor oval in Winnipeg. So the time right now is 11:30. It looks like 11:38 Alberta time. I'm going to sign off the air and come back at 12:30 for the 1,500 meter women's and 1,500 meter men's races. Hope you're enjoying the footage, and we look forward to giving you more coverage and some interviews throughout the 3 days. I've got some people in mind. It's just a matter of lining them up, all for you. So we'll see you soon.
It's 12:04. We're going to start the races at 12:30. I just want to give a big shout out to the officials that make this meet happen. So let me acknowledge the following. Meet coordinator Greg Plenert, veteran of the industry, of the sport I should say, and runs excellent meets. And this is the team he has alongside him. Chief referee Baron DeTolinar, assistant referees Carmen Cameron and Rona Hathaway. There's some additional refs, Werner Meyer, Tracy Hillis, Bruce Thorpe. Starters are Blair Toblin and Darren O'Connell. We've got lap counter and bell ringing. Today we have Jean Ewan for today and tomorrow, and then tomorrow and Sunday we've got Don Brown. On photo finish, we got Lori Ehrman. She's joined us up here at photo finish for today. Ashley Young for Saturday and Sunday. Video and YouTube streaming, Dustin Miller alongside our IT specialist and producer John Little. I see Sean Ireland is up here as well, former speed skater helping out in that capacity. We got Gloria Davis and Leslie Cassidy on timing. And there are others. My name is Greg Bieber, so I'm on the announcing, and so both in the oval and also on the webcast. We've got a couple minutes before 12, before we start our races, and I thought maybe for all those that are sitting in the stands, we'd have a little fun, have you guess some TV themes, maybe about 10 of them or so. So I'm going to play a theme, you think about it, and if you've guessed it right, that would be awesome. They're fairly easy. Here's the easy one. Here's the first one. Yeah, if you guessed Gilligan's Island, you are correct. What about this one? This will take a few parents back a few days. Having a little technical difficulty, but I'll get my sound yet. That's Happy Days. That's Happy Days. Everybody remembers that one. What about this one? It'll take a moment. Yes, that's Hawaii 5-0. Book 'em, Dano. That's my generation. I love that song. Love that one. How about this one? Are some of these TV themes coming back to you now, parents? I don't think the kids remember these. This is Bonanza. This next one is John Travolta's breakout TV show. Well, if you said welcome back, Connor, you are right. How about this one? That TV show was Get Smart. Get Smart. Again, these go back to the 60s and 70s, and in some cases, the 80s. Not so many of the generation of these skaters. So let's bring the Zamboni on. He's on. Let's give him some his own music. Why don't we? enough of that music. Let's get prepared for this afternoon in 6 minutes' time. We're going to start the 1,500 meters. We're back at the Oval, and we are soon going to be on the air. We are live, actually, on the air, on the webcast all over the world. We have, well, I don't know how many billion people are on the planet, but we've got a couple hundred listening and watching us on the webcast. It's 12:24, 6 minutes before race time. If you've just joined us, this is the Oval Grand Prix here in Calgary, Alberta, at the Calgary Olympic Oval, featuring the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships and Canada Cup 3. There's about 180 skaters, mostly from all over Canada, but we have some from Sweden, Romania, Australia, that I can think of off the top of my head. And we finished off the 500 meters this morning. We're going to move to the 1,500 meters here very shortly. I'm going to play some music, and then I'm going to go on the webcast, and then I'm going to introduce the first two skaters we have in terms of pairings. And this is interesting. You should know this. We have 32 pairings, but we're going to do it in quads. So 1,500 meters is 3 3/4 laps around the ice, and at the 200 meter mark, the gun will go off, and the second pairing. So we'll have 4 skaters on the ice, white, red, blue, and yellow armbands. It's going to be a really interesting to keep track of. So we have 32 pairings. We have 16 heats. So I'm playing the Space Odyssey 2001. I'm playing the Space Odyssey 2001 song right now inside the Oval. Readying ourselves here for the show at 12:30. You can see me on the air right now. But I want to read the territorial acknowledgement, which is accustomed now. It becomes part of basically all our events. And so I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people, the Treaty 7 region here in southern Alberta. It includes the Blackfoot Confederacy. It comprised of the Siksika, the Piikani, the Kainai, and the Kainai First Nations. It's also the Sootenay First Nation and the Stoney Nokara, including the Chiniki, the Bearspaw, and the Wesley First Nations. The city of Calgary is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region Number 3. But it's also interesting to note that the University of Calgary is situated on land adjacent to where the Bow River meets the Elbow River, and that the traditional Blackfoot name of this place is called Mokinsist, or Mokinstis, which we now call, ladies and gentlemen, the city of Calgary. So that's the territory acknowledgement that will happen every day. Stay tuned for the 1,500 meters. Coming up, ladies first. Well, you know what that signals. We're on deck with a 2-minute warning. It's 12:27. Welcome back from your lunch break or whatever break you had here. We're in Calgary, Alberta at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Day 1 of a 3-day meet called the Grand Prix, long track speed skating competition, the 2022 version. We finished off the first series of 500-meter races with lots of personal bests. We're going to do the 500s all over again on Sunday morning. That'll be fun. But before that happens, we got a lot more racing ahead, starting with the 1,500 meters with the women's. 16 quartets. 2-minute warning. Let me now introduce to you the first two skaters, and then I'll go quiet until race time. I said 2 skaters. It's actually 4. It is a quartet, I did say, after all. In the first quartet, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Beatrice Lamarche. And in the second pairing of that quartet in the inner lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Allison Demaray. Ladies, good luck in this quartet and the rest of you for the 1,500 meters. Let the show begin.
So if you're watching at home, I'm not speaking inside the oval right now. I'm just speaking directly in the webcast. The whistle has gone. We're going to have 4 skaters on the ice 16 different times. We call them the quads. Quad for 4. So we're going to have 2 sets of 2 racers each time simply because of the number of skaters. And it's doable. And it is doable. It's doable especially if there's no false starts. If there's a false start on the second set, we'll just race them as a set pair. But right now you're watching Abigail McCluskey and Beatrice Lamarche, 2 amazing speed skaters here in Canadian women's speed skating. The 1,500 meters is 3 3/4 laps around the ice. So I'll announce the 300-meter split time, and here comes Abigail and Beatrice now, and I'll announce their times to everybody.
The opening 300 meters from Beatrice Lamarche is 26.22. Abigail McCluskey, 27.01. Here comes Bourgeois and Desmarais with their first 300 meters. Now it's 3 full laps to go. Desmarais in for 26.51 and Bourgeois in at 27. For those that know something about the sport of speed skating, whether they've skated or coached, generally one of the same at one point in time, is that the 1,500 meters is considered the king or queen of all races because it's the most grueling. It's a marathon sprint. The 500 meters is, of course, a sprint, so is the 1,000, but the distance is that much greater. Now, you've heard the bell lap for Abigail McCluskey and Beatrice Lamarche. Their personal bests are about a second off. So they should be very, very close. And if you've started in the inside lane, you'll finish in the outer lane. So Abigail McCluskey will finish in the outer lane, and Beatrice Lamarche will finish in the inside lane. Beatrice will cross the line first, and she does so at a time of 1:58.28, and Abigail McCluskey at a time of 2 minutes 55, 2 minutes .55 seconds. That will be a season's best for Beatrice Lamarche. Now here comes Anna Bourgeois and Allison Desmarais. Allison Desmarais cross line at 2 minutes .15, and Anna Bourgeois at 2:01.11. We now move to the second quad in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Gabrielle Jelinek. In the outer lane from Alberta, Laura Hall. In the second pairing from Quebec, Roseanne Grenier. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplin. In the race before, Allison Desmarais got a personal best. Congratulations to Allison Desmarais. So Gabrielle Jelinek and Laura Hall is the first pairing of the second quartet. If we're not careful, we'll lose track of what's going on. Gabrielle Jelinek at 26.7 seconds for her first 300. Laura Hall at 28.09. Roseanne Grenier at 27.77. And Goplin at 28.04. Tough race, a marathon sprint where they settle in. If you want to monitor how they're doing and how they're holding up, you look at the lap time. If you're in the oval, you'll see it on the board in the northwest corner. If you're looking on the webcast, you'll actually see it on the screen. So that's the bell lap for Gabrielle Jelinek and Laura Hall. We've got one personal best so far from British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. She bested her personal best by well over a second on the 1500 meter. Let's see how Jelinek and Hall do. If you're inside the oval, you can hear the yelling and encouraging by the coaches. Here we go. This is going to be a close race. Laura Hall, a 2:01.60. 2:01.60, that is a personal best for Laura Hall. Gabrielle Jelinek at 2:01.76. And that is a season's best for Gabrielle, just off her personal best. Crossing next is Roseanne Grenier at 2:01.89, which is a personal best for her, and Victoria Goplin at 2:05.75, just off her PB. We now move to the third quartet. In the first pairing of this quartet in the inner lane from Ontario, Claire Mallard. In the outer lane from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Ariane Fournier. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. In case you've just joined us, we are in Calgary, Alberta at the Calgary Olympic Oval. The 1500-meter women's races have started. We are in the third quartet. The first pairing just went by, locking in their 300 meters. Emmanuel Cote in at 27:59. Claire Mallard in at 28:43. The second pairing, Ariane Fournier at 27:53. And Caitlin Pelkey in at 28:19. The first two racers will wear the white and the red armband. The next two will wear the yellow and the blue armband. And I think most now know by now that it's up to the skaters, the responsibility of the skaters, which used to be the responsibility of the meet organizers, to ensure that the skaters had their own armbands. They would have a table just before they got on the ice to make sure that they had the right armbands. Now it's up to the skaters. The bell lap has gone for the first pairing of the third quartet. Claire Mallard of Ontario, Emmanuel Cote of Quebec. There is no question this is where the racers feel it on this last lap. Every skate stride, every crossover is exhausting and painful as they dig as deep as they possibly can to finish off the 1500-meter race. So Emmanuel Cote will cross the line first at a 2:04.96, just off her personal best, but a season's best for her. Claire Mallard at 2:06.21, and she can be happy with that as she beat her best by half a second. Now we move to the second pairing, and crossing the line first, very close, Ariane Fournier at 2:07.09, a personal best for her, and Caitlin Pelkey at 2:07.48, and a personal best for her. In the fourth quartet in the first pairing, in the inner lane, from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. In the outer lane, from Ontario, Rachel Freitag. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inner lane, from Alberta, Zoe Luders. And in the outer lane, from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. And we are off and running in the fourth quartet. Emma Langstrom and Rachel Freitag. They're 300 meters. Langstrom in at 28.44. Freitag in at 28.80. Now they have 3 laps to go. Luders and Bieber very close in terms of their time. Luders opening 300 at 27.88. Bieber in at 28.02. Now they settle in and race their plan as they've mapped it out. If you're watching on the webcast, you can see the skaters, Luders and Bieber down the back stretch, getting coaches and times from their the times and the encouragement from their coaches. Langstrom and Freitag have the bell lap, so they're in the toughest lap of the 3 3/4 trip around, and Bieber and Luders now have the bell lap, and this is where they dig deep to finish off as strong as possible, leaving it all out on the ice. Here comes Langstrom. A floor shot here from Langstrom and Freitag. Langstrom in at 2:09.71, just off her personal best, and Freitag in at 2:10.73. Down the stretch, here we go. Bieber and Luders come from behind for Bieber at a 2:07.46. That is a personal best for Sophia Bieber. Luders in at 2:08.19, and that is also a personal best for Luders. Congratulations, ladies. In the fifth quartet and the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Lori Caillé. In the outer lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. In the second pairing of this quartet from Manitoba in the inside lane, Skylar Van Horn. And in the outer lane from Germany, Nele Charlene Neumann. All right, the first 300 meters for Lori Caillé, 28.92. Alexa Annika at 29.5. Skylar Van Horn at 28.32. And Nele Charlene Neumann at 29.04. Three different provinces and one different country represented on the ice right now in this quartet. We now have the bell lap for the first pairing of this fifth heat or fifth quartet. Caillé and Annika, Quebec and Ontario. I imagine these two skaters are absolutely exhausted. I could talk all I want, but they can't hear me. They're so into their races right now. The 1500 meter, arguably the most grueling race in the sport of speed skating. And here comes Neumann, come up from behind, or rather I should say, Alex Anikov come from behind at 2:09.65, which is a personal best for her. And Laura Kaye 2:09.79, just off her personal best. Skylar Van Horn, a 2:08.12. That is a personal best for her. And Neumann 2:08.06, a personal best for her. In the sixth quartet, in the first pairing, in the inside lane, from British Columbia, Kirsten Hagen. And in the outer lane, from Quebec, Allison Lalonde. In the second pairing, from Manitoba, in the inside lane, Chloe Beauchesne. And in the outer lane, from Saskatchewan, Ella Cloutier. All right, in the first pairing, Kirsten Hagen's opening 300 meters is 28.4. Allison Lalonde of Quebec, 28.98. Don't have the opening times for Beauchesne and Cloutier at this point. We are in the sixth quartet of 16 quartets, 32 skaters, 32 pairings, 64 skaters. There goes the bell lap for Kirsten Hagen and Allison Lalonde. And the bell lap for Chloe Beauchesne and Ella Cloutier. So Kirsten Hagen will finish off in the outer lane and Allison Lalonde in the inner lane. So Hagen will cross the line first in a cool shot on the webcast at 2:05.62 for a personal best and 2:08.12 for Lalonde. More personal best. Congratulations, Kirsten and Allison. PBs for you two. Here comes Cloutier and Beauchesne. Ella Cloutier will cross the line first. And she does so at a time of 2:10.09, besting her PB by about 4/100ths of a second, and 2:15.31 for Chloe Beauchesne. We now move to the seventh quartet in the first pairing of that quartet in the inner lane. From Quebec, Laurence Paquette. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Camille Tremblay. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inner lane from Quebec, Juliette Grenier. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist.
I know there's some fellow speed skating supporters for family members from Sweden watching on the webcast right now, and I went down and had a chat with the Swedish contingent, and I had a good chat with Anne, in English, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. And but that's the English version, or an English person's version of saying Anne-Marie Lindqvist, and she in her first name, it's Anne-Marie, I believe, or I didn't quite get it right. So I'll probably have to rehearse that a little bit more for Anne-Marie. But she was fine with Anne-Marie, but it's not the Swedish version of it. Nonetheless, a very delightful young lady to meet, along with the rest of the Swedish contingent. Welcome to Calgary, crew. Hope you're enjoying it back home in Sweden.
Laurence Paquette, Camille Tremblay is the first pairing, 28.78. Paquette's opening 300 meters, Tremblay in a 27.767 rather. Lindquist books her 300 meters in at 28.92. Grenier in at 29.14. Tremblay's opening 300 meters is the 8th fastest so far. The question is, can they hold it? And it gets tougher and tougher. And you can watch how they're doing over the remainder 3 races by looking at their lap times. They're on the board inside the oval, but they're also in red, as you can see if you're watching on the webcast. That's the bell lap for Laurence Paquette and Camille Tremblay, both from Quebec. We got the Battle of Quebec going on. Their personal bests around the 2:10, 2:11 range. There's the bell lap for Grenier and Lindquist. Lindquist from Sweden. And Paquette and Tremblay are very, very close races as they come down the straightaway. It's very close, but we're going to have Tremblay crossing the line first, and she does so at a time of 2:08.45. She should be happy with that. She blew away her personal best. And Laurence Paquette at 2:09.75, and she dominated her personal best. So 2 personal bests by our Quebec skaters moments ago. Here comes Lindquist crossing the line at a time of 2:10.47, beating her personal best by almost 2 full seconds. The Grenier in at 2:14.16, which is a season's best for Juliette. We now move to the 8th quartet. In the first pairing of this quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. In the outer lane from Quebec, Emily Greenfield. In the second pairing of this quartet from Saskatchewan, taking the inside lane, Callie Ann Friesen. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Marie-Michel Gagnon. In the opening 300 meters, Darby Beeson at 27.97, Greenfield at 27.6. There'll be a single skater in this next pairing of this heat, or in this heat right now, and that's Marie-Michel Gagnon. Marie-Michel Gagnon's opening 300 meters, 30.87.
So if you happen to be watching on the webcast, you might have noticed Kellyanne Friesen arrived to the start line in a hurry. Something happened, probably got distracted and didn't realize the race was about to start. And the rules are that especially in quartets, but it's more important in quartets, that the racers be ready to go. When they are called to the whistle goes off, they get into the race area, and then the referees say go to the start, ready, and then the gun goes off. And the starters didn't wait for Kellyanne because they don't have to wait. Everybody goes in order. And unfortunately, Kellyanne somehow got distracted and wasn't able to start the race and therefore complete the race. So it's unfortunate for Kellyanne, but every skater, it doesn't seem like it's not for Kellyanne or any other skater, they tend to make, like not crossing lanes, maybe not having armbands. There's always something as part of the learning curve and growth of these skaters. So a blessing in disguise, although probably not right at the moment for Kellyanne, because she'll bounce back and we'll see her in future races.
So, Beeson crosses the line at 2:08.54. Go ahead and start the race, and I'll announce the racers after. I was busy talking on the webcast and realized the race had come over. It could be completed. I'll talk about that in a moment. But let's focus on these first four racers or skaters that are on the ice right now. We are in quartet number 9 of the 1,500-meter women's race here at the Oval Grand Prix, Canada Cup 3 and the Canadian Junior Championships. In the inside lane, starting in the inside lane, in the first pairing from Sweden with Tina Svensson. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan is Serena Dallaire. In the other pairing in the inside lane, that's where she started, from Quebec, Chloe Jelinek. And also from Quebec, in the outside lane, Leila Coutier. Svensson's opening 300 meters is 102.71. Dallaire at 101.79. Actually, that's her 700-meter opener. That's how far back I am on this race. Now let's talk about Darby Beeson. Darby Beeson had a personal best. She crossed the line at 2:08.54. Emily Greenfeld. Where is it? I'll talk more about that race a little bit later. Okay, so right now we've got Tina Svensson from Sweden and Dallaire from Saskatchewan. As they head down the front straightaway to complete their race, Dallaire will cross the line first at a time of 2:10.82. That'll be a huge personal best for her. Svensson in at 2:13.08 and a personal best for sure for her. And then crossing the line right now, Jelinek at 2:08.83, a personal best for her, and Cartier in at 2:13.11, all four personal bests. In quartet number 10, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson. In the outer lane, from Ontario, Erilyn McGill. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane, from Ontario, Rachel Mallard. And in the outer lane, from Manitoba, Lindsay Smart. All right, the opening 300 meters for Molly Johnson is 28.91. Erin McGill at 29.05. And the opening time for Rachel Mallard is 29.78 and Lindsay Smart 29.43. Okay, you're watching the 10th quartet of 16 quartets in the 1500 meter women's race. I have to take you back to quartet number 8, where Darby Beeson and Emily Greenfield had personal bests in their race. I got caught up too much on the webcast, and Marie-Michelle Gagnon just missed her personal best by 4/100ths of a second. So Darby Beeson and Emily Greenfield, congratulations. Now back to the race at hand. Molly Johnson and Erin McGill have now got the bell lap. Alberta, Ontario in this pairing, Rachel Mallard and Lindsay Smart in the second pairing. If you're watching them on the webcast, these kids look exhausted, as they should. It's a very difficult race. Fitness plays a huge role, but no matter how fit you are, you get tired in this race. And the more tired you are, the harder it is to hold your technique. It's a grueling race that tests every skater in the sport of speed skating. Erin McGill and Molly Johnson pouring it on at the end. McGill crosses the line at 2:11.43. Johnson 2:12.20, blasting away their personal best. Molly Johnson, Erin McGill, congratulations. Here comes Mallard and Smart down the straightaway. Everything they got. Mallard will cross the line at a time of 2:14.02, and Lindsay Smart 2:15.12. Both doing extremely well. Personal best for both of them by at least a full second. Rachel and Lindsay, congratulations. In the 11th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Sydney Benny. In the second pairing of this quartet from Alberta, in the inside lane, Camille Alford. And also from Alberta in the outer lane, Tatiana Deligue. Okay, in our first pairing, Robin Solly from Manitoba, Sydney Benny from British Columbia. Solly's opening 300 meters, 28.62. Benny at 30.77. Now they settle in for their 3 laps remaining. Alford in at 29.12 for her opening 300 meters. The league in at 29.33, and they also settle in now for their 3 lap races, because that's what it comes down to after the opening 300 meters. It's full out, a marathon sprint for the next 3 laps. 400 meters times 3 plus the 300 get you your 1500 meter race. We got the bell lap for the first pairing of this group, this particular heat, which is heat number 10. Robin Solly in good command of this particular pairing. Sydney Benny is just right behind her, the 1100 meter mark. And the bell lap has gone on for Camille Alford and Tatiana Deligue. Okay, finishing off this race now will be Robin Solly, and she does so with a time of 2:12:13, 2:12:13, and Sydney Benny with a time of 2:17:65. Solly a personal best, and Benny just off her personal best. Crossing the line first is Tatiana Devlig at 2:15:81, and Camille Alford at 2:16:71, both achieved for personal bests. We now move to the 12th quartet of 16 quartets. In the first pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Daria Vogt, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Maya Kemp. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Hannah North. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. In case you've just joined us, we are in Calgary, Alberta at the Calgary Olympic Oval. This is the Oval Grand Prix, Canada Cup 3 and the Canadian Junior Championships. We are watching quartets, 1,500-meter women's races in quartet style, 4 skaters on the ice at a time. Daria Voigt and Maya Kemp are on the leading the first pairing. Kemp's opening 300 meters is 29.87. Voigt's in at 30.98. The second pairing just went by, 31.02. Hannah North for the 300 meters and Dvorak at 30.68. We now have the bell lap for the first pairing of this quartet. Maya Kemp crossing the 700-meter mark, or the 1,100-meter mark rather, first with a time of 1:40:07. Then Daria Voigt in her pairing, and their bell lap for Hannah North and Sophia Dvorak. This is where they dig in. This determines just how deep they go, giving it all they got in the toughest race. Here comes Maya Kemp in fully command of this pairing. She crosses the line at 2:17:56, and she beats her personal best by almost a full 1.5 seconds. Congratulations, Maya. Daria Voigt crossed the line at 2:28:61. And Hannah North crosses the line at 2:18:28, very close with Sophia Dvorak at 2:18:15, and they have personal bests as well. So congratulations. We now move to the 13th quartet, and in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Elise Prix. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Rachel Spritzens. Opening 300 meters, 29.42 for Elise Prix and Brielle Durham at 30.51. Rachel Spritzen's 300 meters at 30.73. And Kendra Hawkinson at 31.76. So in case you're wondering why both the Canada Cup 3 and the Canadian Junior Championships are on this weekend, it's because the Canadian Junior Championships were actually to be held in Quebec between Christmas and New Year's, but the Omicron had something to say about that, and that was canceled. But at least, and no Canadian junior team members were established to go to Innsbruck, Austria to compete for the World Juniors. However, Speed Skating Canada wanted to crown champions in the men's and women's and placings, and so holding it now is what they decided to do. And Canada Cup 3 was actually to be held in Winnipeg, believe it or not, the second week of, well, I shouldn't say believe it or not, I'm from Winnipeg. We were proud to host the Canada Cup 3. But it turned out to be a good thing because it was extremely cold that weekend. But it was COVID that caused the change in the schedule. But we look forward to having races back in Winnipeg, Manitoba at the Susan Ock Oval in years to come. Down the stretch, we've got Elise Prix. She crosses the line at a time of 2:20.32. She'll be happy with that. That is a new personal best. Brielle Durham cross line at 2:22. 2:22. Brielle Durham, and that is a personal best for her. Kendra Hawkins has taken a spill, and hopefully she's okay. Rachel Spritzens has crossed the line at a time of 2:31.62. And Kendra Hawkins will finish the race. And looks like hopefully she is okay. Tough break for Kendra. Now we're introducing the next four skaters in quartet number 14 in the first pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Cheyenne Key. In the outer lane from Alberta, Eloise Spence. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Sarah Murray. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Denise Whistling. So this is the first false start of a quartet. That means now that they'll wait for this race to complete, and then they will resume that race after this. Because we're not going to have 6 skaters on the ice at the same time. That would be close to a mass start, actually. Which, by the way, is Sunday afternoon. The NASCAR on Knives on Boots is Sunday afternoon, the men's and women's. Lots of action. And if the skaters are of equal skill and development, lots of action and entertainment. The skill levels required for that, you need both. Not only do you need to be fit, but you've got to have an ability to toggle back and forth between your long track skills and your short track skills, and strategy to preserve your energy
to at least place in the mass start. Canada has some amazing mass start skaters. Evanie Blondin is the master in the female category. Done extremely well. Knows how to race those mass starts. So, on the ice right now, we have Cheyenne Key and Eloise Spence. Eloise Spence is well ahead right now of Cheyenne Key. The other race was fall started, so it'll have its own race in a moment. Hoping for more personal bests out of these young kids. So here comes Eloise Spence down the straightaway to finish off a grueling 3 3/4 lap around the beautiful Calgary Oval. Considered the fastest ice in the world, and she does so at a time of 2:28:42. And she can say goodbye to that old time because she's got another personal best. And Cheyenne Key crosses the line at 2:38:16. Eloise Spence, congratulations on a personal best. This is the second pairing of the 14th quartet. They were false started, a good clean start. So the opening 300 meters for Sarah Murray is 31:38, and Denise Wessling at 33:78. Whether you're watching at home on the webcast or whether you're actually in the oval, if you take a good look at the ice, it looks absolutely magnificent. We're hoping to have an interview with Mark Messier, one of the world's best ice creators for speed skating. He's been in this business for as long as the oval has been in business. And I'd like to pick his brain and talk to him about just how he makes such great ice and why the world is in demand for him. So he was over in Beijing at the Ice Ribbon, which is the venue they held for the long track facility at this past Olympics. There's the bell lap here for this group, Sarah Murray and Denise Wessling. Right now the temperature of the ice, or at least the ideal temperature of the ice, is around -5 to -9. The ice surface is about probably 2.5 to 3 centimeters thick. That's about an inch, and it goes around the full 400 meters, and the track is 13 meters wide, and the ice thickness is the exact same no matter where you are on the ice. So we'll learn more about ice. Hopefully we can get Mark in here over the weekend. So crossing the line right now is Sarah Murray at a time of 2:27:54. A big personal best for her. And Denise Wessling, 2:37:36, just off her personal best. The second last quartet is up in the first pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, Renata Kenzie. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Isabel Erasmus. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inner lane from Ontario, Kaylin Joliffe.
And in the outer lane from Alberta, Valentina Moreno. Okay, in this quartet, we still call it a quartet even though there are 3 skaters. Renata Kenzie with an opening 300 of 35.22. Isabella Rasmus 31.06. Kaylin Joliffe has an opening time on her 300 meters of 32.18. I introduced Valentina Moreno, but she is a no-go for this race. So, 3 skaters on the ice in this quartet. So I was talking about the ice earlier and just how beautiful it looks. It's cared for by Mark Messer, and his entire team, and I'm hoping to get him on a webcast for an interview this weekend, just to find out just how exactly he makes perfect ice for speed skating. And the oval has been trademarked the fastest ice in the world, and it has definitely, there are records that still hold today that have been created right here at the Calgary Oval. Calgary Olympic Oval, I should say, which will be 35 years old this fall. There's the bell lap for Renata Kenzie and Isabel Erasmus. And Kaylin Joliffe will get her, but she's got her bell lap now. And so she's in the final stretch, the less than 400 meters to finish her race. Rounding the final turn is Renata Kenzie and Isabel Erasmus. It looks like they're about the same right now in terms of chasing down that finish line. And it's very close, but crossing the line first will be Renata Kenzie at a time of 2:38.24, just off her personal best, and Isabel Erasmus 2:38.37, and does get a PB there. Kaylin crossed the line at 2:32.12, and she can say goodbye to her old personal best because she just created a new one. In our 16th and last quartet of the 1,500 meter women's race before we have an ice resurfacing in the first pair in the inner lane from Alberta, Sophia Cross, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Rebecca Bieber. In the second pairing of this final quartet, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Elizabeth Smith. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Megan Smith. No relation. Okay, Sophia Cross, opening 300 meters is 33.93, and Rebecca Bieber 32.68. we got the battle of the Smiths, no relation, Elizabeth and Megan. Elizabeth Smith, 30.78. Megan Smith, 34.09. As they settle in.
There you go.
So, for those that are watching on the webcast, they can see me working. So when I'm looking this way, I'm looking at the ice surface and watching Sophia Cross and Rebecca Bieber, Elizabeth and Megan Smith. But I want to give a big shout out to a couple of supporters for Sophia Cross. I understand Grandma Donna Cross from Nova Scotia. Hello, Grandma Donna is watching her granddaughter right now, Sophia Cross. Andrew Cross came in and said hello. He's an official, although he's an official at the Oval from time to time, but today he's a dad. He's watching his daughter. And so I understand you're watching from, if I understand it correctly, Chester, Nova Scotia, which is about an hour outside of Halifax. So glad you're able to join us, and I'm glad we're able to webcast watching your granddaughter speed skate, who's about 6 or 7 years into the sport, and she's never raced a 1,500 meter. At least I can't find a previous time for her. So this will be her personal best no matter what she gets. And she happens to be racing against my daughter, by the way, Rebecca Bieber, one of the two daughters that I have. And then there's Madeline, Grandma Madeline. Is also watching, and she's here in Calgary. So Donna and Madeline, thank you for supporting your granddaughter and speed skating in general. Now we'll go back to the play on the ice.
We've got the bell lap for Sophia Cross and Rebecca Bieber. Digging in all they got. Here comes Sophia Cross. This will be a personal best for her. Sophia Cross is a line at a time of 2:39:45. Sorry, 1:50. Yeah, Sophia Bieber across the line at 2:39:45. Sophia Cross at 2:53:42. Elizabeth Smith at 2:20:14, and Megan Smith at 2:38:83. I got a little mixed up there for a moment. So Bieber at 2:39:45. Sophia Cross at 2:53:42. They'll be personal bests all around for this group in quartet number 16. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The grueling king or queen of the races in the sport of speed skating is done this afternoon. Beatrice Lamarche at 1:58:28. Allison Demery at 2 minutes 15 seconds. And Abigail McCluskey in at 2 minutes 55 seconds are your top three. And on the screen you see the rest in the top 8. So that concludes the 1,500 meter women's in 16 minutes. Mr. Zamboni will be done. The ice will settle at 1:45 Alberta time. We start the 1,500 meter men's race, and we have 22 quartets, 2 sets of time on the ice. 22 quartets for the men, and then we're going to have some Alberta C1 women 1,500 meter races. There are 8 women that didn't get a race in during the Alberta Open, and they're going to get a shot at it, a number of 14-year-olds. So that'll be exciting to finish off our day. So, you know what this means when the Zamboni gets out on the ice. It's time for Mr. Zamboni. Well, we're almost coming up to race time. 1:45 hard start for the 1500-meter men's race, a continuation of the Oval Grand Prix, Canada Cup 3, and the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships. We are now at the 2-minute warning. I'll introduce to you the first of 12 quartets before we have an ice resurface, and then finish off with the balance of the quartets this afternoon. So in the first quartet, in the first pairing, in the inside lane from Quebec, David Larue. In the outer lane from Ontario, Jake Weideman. In the second pairing of the first quartet from Alberta, in the inside lane, Paul Coder. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Hayden Maillot. Gentlemen, good luck, and all of you in the 1500-meter men's race. Over to the officials. And we're off and running. The opening time for David Larue is 24:29. The opening 300 meters. Jake Weideman in at 24:59. You're going to see some fast races. Paul Coder, 300 meters at 23:88. And Hayden Maillot at 24:05. These are four fast, prolific male speed skaters in Canada. David Larue and Jake Weideman in the first pairing. Paul Coder and Hayden Maillot in the second pairing. We're going to see times in the 1:43, 1:44, 1:45 range here. And a bell lap for Larue and Weideman. Larue's 111 meters is 1:17:30. Weideman in at 1:18:88. Down the back stretch they go. Here's the bell lap for Coder and Maillot. Here comes David Larue. Ice shot here on the webcam at 1:46:08. For David Larue at 1:47 for Jake Weideman. Here comes Coder and Maillot. Crossing the line first is Hayden Maillot at 1:45:87. He'll be happy with that time, as that is a personal best. Hayden Maillot, congratulations. Coder crossed the line at 1:49:17. We now move to the second quartet in the first pairing of that quartet in the inner lane. From Alberta, Caleb Mueller. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Hubert Marcotte. And in the second pairing of this quartet in the inner lane from Nova Scotia, Cooper Eamon. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Max Hallock. the opening 300 meters. Hubert Marcotte's got the fastest opening so far to 23:79 clip, about a quarter of a second off of the previous time. Caleb Mueller in a 24:75. The second heat of this quartet is taking a break as a false started. So Hubert Marcotte has got a great race going here with a very strong opening 300 and is holding through on the 700-meter mark as more than a half second ahead of the previous time set. And Hayden Mayer basically set the pace, so he's looking to best Hayden Mayer's time, which is 1:45.87. Marcotte's personal best is 1:46.67. Will he achieve that today? We're about to find out. We've seen lots of personal bests fall. Let's hope these skaters both get personal bests. All right, here comes Marcotte. And here comes Mueller, and crossing the line. First is Caleb Mueller come from behind at a 1:48.34, and Marcotte in at 1:48.79. We now go to the second pairing of the second quartet, Cooper Eamon and Max Halleck. Okay, we've got the first 300 meters booked. Cooper Eamon has now got the fastest 300 meters of the group so far, 23:15, 9/100ths of a second. Better than at that point was Hubert Marcotte. And Max Halleck in a 24:07. These skaters are fast. Let's just look at it that way. Developing young men who are getting better and better every year in the sport of speed skating. What's always interesting in watching the sport is that, I think like anything else, unless you're down at ice level, you really don't get a sense of just how fast these skaters are going. But they're literally going, at times, as fast as a car down a city street. Any city. Pick one. 30 miles an hour. 30 plus miles an hour. That's fast. Now they've got the bell lap. So we got Cooper Eamon and Max Halleck in this pairing. So here comes Cooper Eamon in the outer lane with the yellow armband. Halleck's pushing hard. Eamon will cross first, and he does so at a time of 1:48.06. 1:48.06. Eamon will be happy with that because that is a personal best. And 1:48.36 for Halleck. Personal best for Cooper Eamon. Congratulations. In the third quartet in the first pairing in the inner lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton. In the outer lane from Alberta, Matthias Bath. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inner lane from Quebec, William Lemelin-Bilodeau. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Guillaume Labbé. Matthias Bath's opening 300 meters, 24.81. Laxton in at 24.97. Lemon Bilidou at a 24.21. And Labbé, 24.37. If I'm not mistaken, I think I watched Matthias Bath's father race the 500 towards the end earlier today. There are several fathers that race in the sport of speed skating in Masters. Must have been an interesting time at one point when the son or the daughter started to beat the parents in the sport. When the kids just started to get faster and faster and the parents couldn't catch them. You're watching the third quartet of 12 quartets in this first grouping. There's the bell lap for the second pairing, William Lemon-Bilidou in the yellow armband and Guillaume Labbé in the blue armband that just passed. And there they are going down the straightaway. Now we're going to look to Laxton and Bath, and he crosses, and Matthias Bath crossed the line at 150.77, 150.77, and Matthew Laxton 151.85. No PBs for these gentlemen, unfortunately. And here comes Lemon-Bilidou. He crossed the line at 149.54. And where does that say? That is a personal best for William. And 149.56 for Labbé. And that is a personal best for him. Two personal bests for William and Guillaume. In the fourth quartet, in the first heat, first pairing of that quartet, in the inside lane from British Columbia, Eric Olowski. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-André Doyon. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Quebec, Yona Utebiz. And in the outer lane from France, Thomas Malin. Eric Olowski, Marc-André Doyon in the first pairing. Doyon has got a great race going here with his first 300 meters at 23.97 in his opening 300. Orlowski in at 24.23. You got Yona Hurtubise, he's with the yellow armband, but the orange outfit. And Thomas Malin from France. 24.88 is his opening 300 meters. Orlowski and Doyon with less than 250 meters to go to finish off the grueling 1,500-meter race. They're going to give it all they got. Let's see how they do in terms of their personal best. Here comes, well, we're watching Thomas Malin crossing the line first right now. Just before my eyes is Marc-André Doyon at 148.14. He'll like that because that's a personal best. Eric Orlowski at 150.14, and he'll like that too. There's another personal best for these guys. Crossing the line just now, Yona Hurtubise at 150.07. That is a personal best for Yona. And Thomas crossed the line at a time of, I'll just double check that and get back to you. Introducing the next quartet. In quartet number 5, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Joel Simpson. In the outer lane from Alberta, Joshua Hathaway. In the second pairing of the fifth, a quartet. In the inside lane from Sweden, Wilhelm Ekemzar. And in the outer lane from BC, Craig Miller. The opening 300 meters for Joel Simpson is at 24:61. Joshua Hathaway at 25:85. In the previous quartet, Thomas Malin got a personal best by 1/100th of a second. Congratulations, Thomas. And Jona Hortebis also with a personal best. Ekenskar's 300 meters is 25:56 and Miller in at 24:86. In the previous quartet with Eric Orlowski, Marc-Andre Doyon, Jona Hertebis, and Thomas Malin, all four got personal bests. Bring them on, you guys. Let's knock your personal best to the curb and let's get some new ones. Joel Simpson and Joshua Hathaway are going to round across the finish line first. The bell lap right now is for Wilhelm and Craig Miller. Wilhelm from Sweden. If I'm pronouncing his last name correctly and not trying to fake it, but I'll get the correct one. Ekenskarr. So, here comes Joel Simpson. Simpson crosses the line at 1:49:53, personal best. Joshua Hathaway 1:52:19. That'll be could be a season's best for Joshua. Wilhelm crosses the line at 1:50:12. That is a personal best for him. And Craig Miller 1:52:51, just off his PB. So personal best for Wilhelm, Joshua, and Joel. We now go to the sixth quartet in the first pairing in the inner lane from Quebec, Gregory Picard. In the outer lane, also from Quebec, Zachary Dupré. In the second pairing of this quartet, Sweden's inner lane, David Carlingsö. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Simon Coutts. Okay, the opening times for Picard are 24:97, Dupré 24:95, Carlingsö at 24:63, and Coutts at 24:87. We're seeing some personal bests fall here, and let's keep it going. Okay, here comes Picard and Prix. Well, there's the bell lap for Carlingso and Coots. You'll notice down the back stretch the coaches have boards with a 9. There's a 9 and 1 and an 8-2 or 8-3. It's put a 2 in front of that. That's the number of seconds in their lap time. I'll talk more about that a little bit later. Gregory Picard crossing the 1,500 meter mark at 1:52.81, just off his PB. Dupre 1:53.57, and that is a personal best for Zachary. Here comes Scoot and Carlingso. David Carlingso cross line 1:52.75, and Simon Coots 1:53.12, both just off their PBs. Let's now move to the 7th quartet of these 12 quartets before we resurface the ice. In the inner lane from Ontario in this first pairing, Emile Hodzak Santor. And in the outer lane from France, Germain Deschamps. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inner lane, Luca Veman from Saskatchewan. And in the outer lane, also from Saskatchewan, Bon Lo. In the opening 300 meters of Emile Hodzak Santor at 24.8, Germain Deschamps at 24.73. In the Battle of Saskatchewan, it's very close. Veman in at 25.12 and Bonlo in at 25.05. So down the backstretch, you'll see the coaches hold a couple of numbers. That's an abbreviated number. There was a number that said 7-7. That means 27.7 seconds. So the coaches are keeping track of the lap times. There you see 27.5, and I think it's 28.3, but they just removed the 2. It's automatically assumed. In the 1500 it's 2. In the 5,000, 10,000, it might be a 3. But they race plan around lap times. Okay, here's the bell lap for Hodzak Santor and Germain Deschamps from France. Thomas Malin is also from France. All right, Santor crossed the line at 1:52.47. That's a personal best. Deschamps at 1:51.51. That's a personal best. 1:51.84 for Veman. That's a personal best. And Bonlo at 1:54.78. All personal bests in that quartet. In the 8th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. In the outer lane, also from Alberta, Jared Farquharson. In the second pairing of this quartet from Saskatchewan, Keegan Waddington. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan as well, Daniel Pauly. Well, you've got the Battle of Alberta, you got the Battle of Saskatchewan in this quartet. You got most of the prairies covered. Just throw in Manitoba and you get a mass start made out of the quartets. Jalen Doan in for the 300 meters at 24:59. Jared Farquharson in at 25:34. Waddington and Pauly. Lots of personal bests are falling today. Okay, Waddington, 300 meter, 25:38, and Pauly at 24:67. Just a bit of a delay on those numbers, but we're good to go now. There's the bell lap for Jalen Doan and Jared Farquharson. Battle of Alberta. Here we go. Well, looks like Jalen Doan is in full command of this particular pairing, but they have separate race plans, I'm sure, depending on their level of development, although their personal bests are very close. But Jalen Doan is coming down the straightaway and will finish this race at a time of 1:49.62. He should be happy with that. He blew his personal best away by 6 seconds. And then Jared Farquharson crossed line at 1:56.09. 1:56.09. Here comes Waddington and Pauly. Pauly will cross the line first, and he does so at a time of 1:52. 1:52.95, a personal best. They're falling like crazy, ladies and gentlemen. And Keegan Waddington, 1:55.67, 61 rather, and he beats his personal best by 16/100ths of a second. Well done. In the 9th quartet in the first pairing, in the inner lane, from Alberta, Max Poulin. And in the outer lane, from Quebec, Antoine Hamel. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inner lane, from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. And in the outer lane, from Quebec, Felix Larochelle. Max Poulin, 24.94 in the 300 meters. Antoine Hamel, 25.16. Ian McPeak in for a 26.96, 300 meters. Felix Larochelle at 25.52. Okay, these races are going fairly quickly. We got a bell lap for Max Poulin and Antoine Hamel. They're about a second apart. Let's see how they finish off. Poulin is ahead of Hamel. This is the bell lap for McPeak and Larochelle. And crossing the line first is Max Poulin. Max Poulin with a time of 1:50.37. He's going to really like that time because he blew away his personal best of 1:56 before. 1:50.37 for Poulin PB. Antoine Hamel, 1:53.23. Also a personal best. You guys are knocking it out of the park today. Here comes McPeak and Larochelle. Larochelle will cross the line at a time of 1:56. 1:53. McPeak 1:59.89. We move to the next quartet. Three quartets to go before we ice resurface. In the first pairing of this quartet in the inner lane from Switzerland, Matthias Nageli. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Andre Erasmus. In the second pairing of this group from Saskatchewan in the inner lane, Fergus English. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan as well, Liam Dallaire. Andre Erasmus, 300 meters, 24.92. Matthias Nageli at 26.12. In the previous quartet, we had a racer from Quebec, Felix Larochelle. Felix, you got a personal best as well. Felix Larochelle, personal best in the race before, along with Antoine Hamel and Max Poulin. All right, crossing the line first is Matthias Nageli at 1:56.81, and that's a personal best for Matthias. Andre Erasmus, 1:57.60, just off his personal best. Here comes Fergus English, at a time of 1:57.17, personal best for Fergus. Liam Dallaire, 1:57.68, and that is also a personal best. You guys are doing amazing out there. PBs everywhere. In the 11th, the quartet in the first pairing. In the inner lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. In the outer lane, also from Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao. In the second pairing of this quartet from Quebec, taking the inside lane, William Lafrancois. And also from Quebec in the outer lane, Émile Huard. Yang Kun Zhao books in his 300 meters at 24.67. Daniel Hall books in his 300 meters at 26.47. 24.65 for Yang Kun Zhao, 26.47 for Hall. Émile Huard in at 26.06 and William Lafrancois 26.43. Let's see if Zhao can hold this pace. His personal best is around 158. And in his whole group, it's anywhere from 158 to 2 minutes. There's the bell lap for Yang Kun Zhao and Daniel Hall. And then there's the bell lap for the second pairing, William Lafrancois and Émile Huard. So basically you got the Battle of Alberta and Battle of Quebec. Here comes Yang Kun Zhao, who's really growing and developing as a speed skater, and he gets a personal best at 1:54.11, and Daniel Hall at 1:56.75. He also gets a personal best, so they get PBs. And here comes Lafrancois and Huard. And how are they going to make out? So Huard is then at 1:57.44. There's a PB there, and Lafrancois at 2:01.08, and he gets the PB by 8/100ths of a second. So 4 PBs in this quartet as well. We now move to the final quartet before we resurface on the ice. In the first pairing, in the inside lane from Quebec, Raphael Azri. In the outer lane from the Netherlands, Bart Safinga. In the second pairing of this final quartet from Alberta, in the inside lane, Caleb Jacobson. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kulbacki.
We just had a false start, so I'll just talk to you on the webcast, but not the oval. So we had a false start for the first time in the first grouping, which means we'll redo that. If it's in the second grouping, we let the first grouping complete their race, and then we go about our way with the second grouping. So you really have two pairings separately. Really, we want 4 on the go all the time. But there's your list, your lineup. 8, the top 8 times. 1:45.87 is the time to beat. No one's going to beat Meilleur. These guys are quick. But now these racers are growing and developing, and of course they all want to be the Meilleurs and David Leroux's of the world. That's the idea. But right now let's mow the personal best down, and that's what seems to be happening here at the Calgary Oval here at the Grand Prix.
Kind of embarrassing for an announcer to announce a racer that doesn't actually show up at the race. So the second pairing of this quartet is only one racer, and that's Ryan Kulbacki, who books in his first 300 meters at 26:02. We got Bart Safinga from the Netherlands at 25.7. Raphael Azri at 26.15. Little fun fact to know about the Netherlands: they have the most indoor speed skating ovals in the world. You know how many they have? They have 8. They have 8 indoor ovals. Do you know who's next? China. And they have 7. Do you know how many the United States has? 2. You know how many we have? Well, 3 now. Fort St. John, Calgary, and now Quebec City's on board. There are 40 indoor ovals in the entire world, and I mentioned earlier in my intro, Calgary is the second oval built on the planet as a permanent indoor speed skating structure. Now, back to the race at hand. This is the final quartet before we do some ice resurfacing. Raphael Azri is in the race with Bart Safinga from the Netherlands. They come down the straightaway to finish their race. Raphael Asri crosses the line at a time of 1:57.78. He'll be happy with that. Raphael. PB. Bart Savinga crossed the line at 2 minutes, 0.1 second. And Kobaki crosses the line at 1:57.66, and Kobaki will be happy with that time because that is a PB as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:24. That is 12 quartets complete. And we have 10 more quartets to go. But first we have ice preparation. So the Oval Grand Prix, Canada Cup 3, and Canadian Junior Championships will resume at 2:50, 10 minutes to 3 o'clock Alberta time. So I think what we should do is give the Zamboni his due and play a song for him. Because you know what? They're unsung heroes to make the ice as great as it is. 5 minutes to race time to finish off the 1,500 meter men's races. I think a big shout out is once again necessary for the people that work behind the scenes to make this meet work so smoothly. Meet coordinator Greg Plannert and the entire team behind him. Referees, chief referee Baron Tolner is the chief referee, has two assistants, Carmen Cameron from Quebec and Rona Hathaway right here in Calgary, Alberta. I see Werner Meyer is assisting them, and Bruce Thorpe as well. We have two starters today, Blair Toblin and Darren O'Connell. We have a lap counter and a bell ringer, and that's Gene Ewan for today and tomorrow. Dawn Brown will take over on Sunday. Lori Ehrman she does photo finish. Tomorrow will be Ashley Young. Dustin Miller is doing all the video streaming, and with producer John Little, our IT specialist up here. And Mark Poulin is also starting. Yeah, I think Mark Poulin is also helping with the starting. I think he's also going to have the starting gun in his hand on the weekend as well. Gloria Davis and Leslie Cassidy are working the timing. And I'm not sure who's on the paramedic duty. I think I saw Avinash Badoni, but I don't know if Noah Vespa or Thomas Lee is here. I haven't seen them, but they are, you can't hold you have to always have to have a paramedic or paramedics, I should say, at an event, a sanctioned event, in order for it to be held, simply because this is speed skating. It's not for the faint of heart. It's about speed, and they're located at the north and south ends. I believe it's the north and south if I've got my directions straight, and watching the race, and hopefully they have virtually nothing to do all weekend. We've only had a couple of wipeouts, but that goes with the territory. It's 2:47. In 3 minutes time, we're going to resume the 1,500 meter men's race. We're going to continue on with the 22 quartets, and we'll start with quartet number 13. So let me take a moment and introduce the first quartet, and then turn it over to the officials. In the 13th quartet in the first pairing, I should say, in the inside lane from Manitoba, Adam Buckwald. In the outer lane from Quebec, Amy Perrault. In the second pairing of that quartet, in the inner lane from Saskatchewan, Oscar Stack Mikashu. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Matthew Medlicott. Good luck, gentlemen. Okay, we are well underway in the 13th quartet. Adam Buchholz from Manitoba opens up his 300 meters at 26:41. Amy Perreault from Quebec at 27:84. Stack Mikishu and Medlicott are in the second pairing. Medlicott clocks in his 300 at 26:13 and Mikishu in at 27:23. Adam Buchholz has been speed skating for probably 10 years, maybe close to 10 years, probably 8 years as now a 16-year-old. Plans to continue on speed skating beyond once he graduates high school, which would be in the spring of 2023. And I think by all reports, and I know this because I'm from Manitoba, that he probably will come out to Calgary. He loves short track. I think more than long track, but at this age and this level of development, you end up doing both. He was just out for the Western Elite Circuit along with Ryan Kilbacki and a number of other Manitoba skaters. So we from Manitoba make lots of trips out to Calgary because you've got the facilities out here and the competitions. So Buchholz and Perreault are in the first pairing, and they're winding their race up. Perreault is going to cross the line at a 1:56.19 clip, 1:56.19. That'll be a personal best for him. And Adam Buchholz in at 1:58.32, and that is a personal best for him as well. So very strong skates for both of those skaters. Here comes Mikishu and Medlicott, and let's hope for some more personal bests. So crossing the line at 2:02.77 is Mikishu. And he's off his PB, as is Medlicott. He comes across at 2:03 point something 9. In the 14th pairing, in the 14th quartet, rather, in the first pairing, in the inner lane from Sweden, Oskar Nilsson. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ben Rutledge. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inner lane from Quebec, Ethan Demel. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, William Boissonneau. All right, to our Swedish contingent watching over in Sweden, Oskar Nilsson clocks in his 300 meters at 25.22. Ben Rutledge in at 26.28. Here comes Demel and Boissonneau. 26.91 for Ethan Demel and William Boissonneau at 26.99. This is the 14th quartet of 22 quartets. Oskar Nilsson from Sweden, Ben Rutledge from Manitoba, Canada. Here comes Nilsson and Rutledge down the backstretch. Demel and Boissonneau have a bell lap, and they'll go down the backstretch and cross over and finish up. Here comes Ben Rutledge from Manitoba, and he's going to cross the line at a 1:57.89 time. and Oscar Nielsen at a time of 2:01:03. Both of these skaters got personal bests by at least 2 to 3 seconds. Congratulations, Oscar and Ben. William Boissonneau crosses the line at 1:58:17 and Demel in at 1:59:92. Both of these personal bests are brand new for these skaters. That quartet knocked it out of the park. Congratulations. PBs all around. Keep it going. In the 15th quartet, in the first pairing, in the inner lane from British Columbia, Cameron Thomas. In the outer lane from Alberta, Brock Gilbert. In the second pairing of this quartet, from Saskatchewan in the inner lane, Liam McKeag. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland.
So if you're watching on the webcast, I'll share this with you on the webcast that I won't with the oval. So what just happened there is Brock, as I'm announcing the names, I'm looking up on the screen and I don't see Brock Gilbert from Alberta in the outer lane. Now you see him and now you don't. And what he had forgot was his armband. So he scooted off to the side, put on his red armband and scooted right back, and the starters waited for him. It wasn't that much time, but we saw something with a skater earlier that just simply missed the start because they just probably got distracted and weren't ready to go. So you've got to be ready to go as skaters because the race goes on. So back to the oval commentary as well as the webcast. That's kind of our little rapport as well, right? Because we're having this conversation, but no one in the oval knows we're having this conversation. So that'll just be our little relationship. How's that? Okay.
Cameron Thomas and Brock Gilbert in the first pairing. And there is the bell lap. So Cameron Thomas is leading the charge in his pairing. And there's the bell lap for Liam McKeag and Joshua Sutherland. Joshua Sutherland has got a lead on McKeag, and Thomas has a lead on Gilbert. Okay, crossing the line first is Brock Gilbert at a time of 2:04:74, which is off his PB. Cameron Thomas at 2:05:63. That is a personal best for him. Joshua Sutherland crosses the line at 2:02:31. That's a personal best. And Liam McKeag at 2:06:48. Another personal best. So 3 PBs out of that quartet. Moving to the 16th quartet in the first pairing. In the inner lane from Saskatchewan, Max Williams. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. In the second pairing of this quartet from Alberta, Bob Irvin in the inside lane. And in the outside lane from Alberta as well, Zachary Edelman. Sebastian Champagne opening 300 is 25.35. Max Williams in at 27.7. Bob Irving with a 300-meter opener at 28.99. Zachary Edelman at 27.71. Well, there's the bell lap. So Sebastian Champagne and Max Williams are in this first pairing. So Sebastian Champagne has a time of 1:53.11. That's an excellent time for Sebastian. Max Williams at 2:06.94. Zachary Edelman crosses the line at 2:09.31. And Bob Irvin is still skating. He crossed the line at 2:16.42. Okay, let's move to the 17th quartet. In the first pairing of that quartet in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Caleb Makowski. And in the outer lane from BC, Matthew Mitchell. In the second pairing of that quartet in the inside lane from Quebec, Joseph Perreault. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Freitag. We are currently watching the 17th quartet in the men's 1500 meter at the long track speed skating competition called the Oval Grand Prix, which is the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships and Canada Cup 3 as well. Caleb Makowski's 300 meters is at 27.93. Matthew Mitchell at 27.26. Freitag in at 26.97. And Perreault in at 28.83. We now have the bell lap for Matthew Mitchell and Caleb Makowski. You can see the coach holding up the lap time for the racers. And Perreault and Freitag now have their bell lap. All right, here comes Matthew Mitchell. He crosses the line first at a time of 2:05.63. He'll be happy with that time. And Caleb Makowski crossed line at 2:11.87. So Matthew Mitchell scores a very strong personal best. Matthew Freitag crosses the line at 2:03.24. That's a huge personal best for Matthew. And Joseph Pro at 2:08.61. Another personal best there. 3 PBs in that quartet. In the 18th quartet coming up in the first pairing in the inside lane from British Columbia, Benjamin Conwicki. In the outer lane from Ontario, Stefan Lee. In the second pairing of that quartet in the inside lane from Australia, Robert Black. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Mitchell Wessling. Stefan Lee's opening 300 meters, 27.71. Konwicki, 28.24. Mitchell Wessling in at 29.16. And Robert Black at 31.33. Benjamin Conwicki and Stefan Lee have the bell lap. Down the back stretch they go. And then, of course, that's the bell lap for Robert Black and Mitchell Wessling. Here comes Stefan Lee. He's going to cross the line at 2:06.3. That is a huge PB for him. Benjamin Conwicki at 2:07.54. A huge PB for him. PBs all around here on these 1500s. They're being handed out like candy right now. This is awesome. And here comes Mitchell Wessling, and he's going to do so at a time of cross the line at 2:11.36, and that's a huge PB. These PBs are off by 3 to 5 to 6 seconds. This is fantastic. And Robert Black crosses the line at 2:17.97. We now move to the 19th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Riley Vandenberg. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Braden Kremenek. In the second pairing of this quartet in the inside lane, Scott Taylor from Ontario. And in the outer lane from Romania, Octavian Moga. Braden Kremenek's 300 meters, 27.72. Vandenberg in at 28.8. Scott Taylor, 300 meters, 29.14. Octavian Moga, 31.73. There's the first bell lap of the first grouping with Braden Kremenek and Riley Vandenberg. Gutting it out to the end was Braden Kremenek at a time of 2:09.95. Have to check on his time. Riley Vandenberg in at 2:14.32. That's a personal best for Riley. I'll be back to you on Braden. Here comes Scott Taylor and Octavian Moga. Taylor crosses the line at a time of 2:16.40. He'll be happy with that because that bests his time by more than 2 seconds. Moga in at 2:21.03. In the 20th quartet, the third from the last in the quartets of the 22. In the first pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Colin Ferguson. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Garrison Woodford. In the second pairing of this quartet, from British Columbia taking the inside lane, Austin McGregor, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki. Garrison Woodford's opening 300 meters at 28.74. Colin Ferguson at 28.95. Austin McGregor crosses his 300-meter mark at 28.01, and Eric Kulbacki at 29.03. I expect some personal bests to fall in this group for sure. And the bell lap has gone off. Garrison Woodford, Colin Ferguson in the first grouping. Crossing the line first is Garrison Woodford, and he does so at a time of 2:14:59. He should be happy with that time because it's not even close to where his first personal best was. Colin Ferguson at 2:16:95. They're just obliterating their personal bests. Obviously, it's been a while since they've raced the 1,500 meters thanks to the pandemic. Austin McGregor crossed the line at 2:14:53. He personal best, and Erica Kulbackian at 2:20:21. He got a personal best. Everybody got a personal best. PBs all around, ladies and gentlemen. So the 21st quartet coming up in the first pairing. In the inner lane from Alberta, Justin Hazen Kortemash. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Jonathan McIntosh. And in the second pairing of that quartet, in the inner lane from British Columbia, Mason Florian. And in the outer lane, Daniel Revy from Alberta. The opening 300 meters, Jonathan McIntosh in at 28.57. Hazen Kortenmarsh at 29.27. Floriantin at 27.25 and Revian at 28.7. Kortenmarsh does not have a 1,500 meter time. McIntosh does. In quartet number 19 in the first grouping, Braden Kremenek, his PB would have been around 2:17. And he did a 2:09.95. So Braden Kremenek, I want to give you a shout out. You got a personal best, Braden Kremenek. Congratulations. There goes the bell lap. All right, crossing the line first is Jonathan McIntosh at 2:13.92, and that is a personal best for him. And Justin Asen Kortenmarsh at 2:20.42. He'll take that as a personal best because he never had a time before. Mason Florian crosses the line at 2:09.05, and that is a personal best for him as well by at least 5 seconds. And my guess is Revy's the same, but I'm going to double check. He crossed the line at 2:21.84. Stay tuned for that. In the final quartet, there is one pairing. In the inside lane, it is the Battle of Alberta. In the inner lane, Troy Davidson. And in the outer lane, Jaden Paschuk. Daniel Revy had no time, so the time that he achieved was in fact a personal best. So Daniel, congratulations. Mason, congratulations. Jonathan McIntosh, congratulations, and Justin, congratulations. Following this race, with probably a little bit of a break between, we're going to have the Alberta C1 Women's 1500 meters. These are 14-year-olds looking for times to compete in the Youth Canadian Championships, or to qualify anyway. That's happening in Quebec City in April. This is the final race of the Grand Prix today. Tomorrow's lineup, we've got the 1,000 meters and we've got the 3,000 meters. And the 5,000. So 3,000 for the women's, 5,000 for the men's, and the 1,000 all around. So more exciting racing ahead. For day 2, we're coming to the end of day 1. I hope you enjoyed yourself watching your loved ones, your friends, race around the Calgary Olympic Oval. We're just so glad we're a big part of the speed skating, and it's back. Maybe not back the way it once was yet, but another year, and probably things will get more normalized. Troy Davidson and Jaden Taschuk in the Battle of Alberta. And we shall see how this materializes between the two. So Jaden Taschuk crosses the line first at a time of 2:14.64. And Troy Davidson will now cross the line at a time of 2:33. Okay, that completes the 500-meter men's and women's, 1,500-meter men's and women's today at the Oval Grand Prix, the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, and the Canada Cup 3. We are going to take a break. We are not going to reflood the ice. I repeat, we are not going to reflood the ice. What we are going to do is take a break, and at 3:45, we're going to have two 1,500-meter races, 2 quartets, 8 skaters, 4 pairings, 2 quartets for the Alberta C1 Women's to qualify for the Canadian Youth Championships. It's a race that they didn't get in, the Alberta Open, when they had that event. So stay tuned. 21 minutes from now, we're going to resume. But if you look on the list, Hayden Mayer, David LaRue, Jake Weiderman, those are your top 3 1,500-meter fast skaters. Congratulations, you guys. 3 minutes time, we're going to start the C1 girls at 3:45. Stick around and watch the future speed skaters race before our very eyes. .45, 2-minute warning. Alberta C1 women's 1500 meter races coming up. But let me introduce the first of two quartets as we get inside the 2-minute warning. In the opening pair, the first pair of the first quartet, in the inside lane, Lucy Anderson, and in the outer lane of that first pairing, Margaret Breedlove. In the second pairing of the first quartet, in the inside lane, Isabel Champagne. And in the outer lane, Prabnu Grual. Good luck, ladies. Okay, so this isn't going to be a quartet. This will just be a pairing, Lucy Anderson and Margaret Breedlove. Breedlove's opening 300 meters is 33.14. Anderson in at 34.77. So let me explain to you what's happening here. There's 8 ladies, 8 skaters. They're all around 14 years old. Apparently during the Alberta Open, they didn't have enough time to complete this race. And these ladies are looking to qualify for the Canadian Youth Championships in Quebec, I believe, which is in the second weekend of April. Normally that's usually in January or February, but again, the pandemic has made all kinds of revisions to the planning and scheduling of speed skating. You could say pretty much life in general. So here's an opportunity for these young skaters to qualify for the Youth Championships. Correction on my part, C1s are 13 years of age. That is the bell lap for Breedlove and Anderson here. Lucy Anderson and Margaret Breedlove on the track right now, also being webcast all over the world. So maybe some of their friends and some of their relatives are watching their race itself. Looks like Lucy Anderson is going to come down the straightaway out of the corner first. Not knowing her times. Let's see what she books in at. 2:36.54. 2:36.54. That's Margaret Breedlove. I got them mixed up. Margaret Breedlove has crossed the line first. Here comes Lucy Anderson. Lucy crosses the line at a time of 2:50.87. Now back to that second grouping of the first quartet. In the inside lane, Isabel Champagne, and in the outer lane, Pradur Gruel. Champagne's opener is 30.44 and 32.42 for Gruel. That's the opening 300 meters. They're a 1 3/4 lap in. 2 full laps to go for Champagne and Gruel here at the Alberta C1 Women's 1500 meter race here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. 13-year-olds qualifying for the Canadian Youth Long Track Championships in Quebec in the month of April. There is the bell lap. I'm not 100% certain, but I don't think any of these skaters, I just checked Lucy Anderson, but they don't have a 1500 meter time, so whatever time they book in, I think will then be their personal best, of course. So here comes Isabel Champagne down the straightaway. She's going to cross the line first, and she does so with a time of 2:24.09. 2:24.09 is a very good time. And Prabnur Gruel at a time of 2:34.54. Congratulations, Lucy Anderson, Margaret Breedlove, Isabel Champagne, and Prabnur Gruel. We're now in the second quartet, final race of the day, ladies and gentlemen. In the first pairing, in the inner lane from Alberta, of course, Greer Kello. In the outer lane, Julianne Lazare. In the inner lane, in the second pairing, Sophia Major. And in the outer lane, Mia Shep. All right, in the first pairing, we have Greer Kello and Juliana Lazzari. I'll go with Lazzari. I hope I pronounced it correctly. 32-13 for Lazzari in the opening 300 meters. Kello in at 32-91. Mia Shep has got the fastest opener at 29.22, and Sophia Major in at 32.03. So Greer Kello, Juliana Lazzari, Sophia Major, and Mia Shep. Those are the four skaters on the ice you're watching right now. Kello and Lazzari are in the first grouping. This is a first 1,500 meter for all these skaters. Eventually, the older you get, the more developed you get, the longer the distances. Great experience for these kids, no question about it. Pushing their body and their mental strength to limits that what sport allows you to do. So we've got the bell lap. We got some skaters getting closer to each other. Kello and Lazzari got the bell lap, and Major and Shep did too because they're fairly close together. All right, down the straightaway we go. Okay, crossing the line first is Julianne Lazzari at a time of 2:37.71. Greer Kello crosses the line at a time of 2:45.38. Sophia Major crosses the line at a time of 2:33.85, and Mia Shep with a blistering pace at a time of 2:22.51. So Mia Shep will take, of the 7 skaters, or of the skaters, Mia Shep will take first place quite handily. Isabel Champagne, the second place. Sophia Major, Prabnir Grewal, Margaret Breedlove, Juliana Lazzari, Greer Kello, and Lucy Anderson. Congratulations to Mia Shep at a 2:22.51 time. Ladies, look forward to announcing your names as the years unfold at long track here at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Well, that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. It's 4 minutes to 4 Alberta time. We're done for today. We're back here tomorrow for the 1,000 men's and women's races at the Oval Grand Prix, the Canadian Junior Long Track Championships, and the Canada Cup 3, along with the 3,000 meter women's races, 5,000 meter as well. Good night, be safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.